Hello there, my sleepy nights. Tonight, we have a collection of fantasy stories. The torches in the great hall of Castle Whitestone guttered in a sudden draught as the massive oak door swung open. Sir Gareth strode forward, his armor gleaming in the firelight, the sound of his boots echoing across the stone floor. At the far end, King Edmund sat upon his throne, his face a mask of restrained grief. "Your Majesty," Gareth said, dropping to one knee, his head bowed. "I came as soon as I received your summons. The king studied the night before him. Sir Gareth of the Western Marches was not the most renowned of his knights, nor the most politically connected. But he was steadfast, honest, and most importantly, he knew the Black Fang Mountains better than any man alive. "Rise, Sir Gareth," the king commanded, his voice echoing in the vaulted chamber. "You know why I have summoned you." Gareth stood, meeting the king's gaze directly. "Your Majesty, I've only heard rumors." The king's hands tightened on the arms of his throne. "My son, Prince Rowan, has been missing for 3 moons now. The royal hunting party was attacked. Many good men died." His voice remained steady, but his eyes betrayed his pain. "My scouts have found evidence," he signaled, and a servant stepped forward, bearing a small wooden box. Inside lay a child's silver pendant, blackened as if by fire. Beside it rested something far more disturbing, an enormous scale that gleamed like burnished copper. "A lost dragon," Gareth breathed, recognizing the scale from the ancient texts he'd studied as a squire. "Yes," King Edmund confirmed, his voice hard with hatred. "We believed them extinct for a century, but this beast has returned." and it has taken my son. His voice broke before he mastered himself. I've chosen you, Sir Gareth, because you know these mountains. Your father mapped their passes before you were born. Gareth's mind raced. Dragons were creatures of legend, monsters from his childhood tales. Yet, the evidence lay before him, undeniable. I will find the prince, my king, he vowed, and I will end this lost dragon. King Edmund's eyes flashed with grim satisfaction. Bring me my son, and the dragon's head, Sir Gareth, and you shall have lands and titles beyond what any knight might dream. But as Gareth left the great hall, it was not dreams of reward that filled his thoughts, but the impossibility of his task. To slay a legend and rescue a prince. Stories were full of such quests, but few had happy endings. It was 5 days later. Sir Gareth stood at the base of a cliff face, high in the Black Fang Mountains. The journey had tested even his considerable skill. Narrow ledges, treacherous winds, unexpected snowfall despite the spring season. But the signs had grown clearer with each passing day. Enormous claw marks scouring the stone, charred remains of mountain goats, and most telling of all, a half-melted knight's dagger bearing the royal crest. Now before him gaped a cave entrance, its mouth wide enough to admit 3 mounted knights riding abreast. Smoke-blackened rocks surrounded the opening, and the smell of sulphur hung in the air. Gareth drew his sword, its familiar weight comforting in his hand. The enchanted blade, blessed by the temple priests and forged with mountain iron, was said to be capable of piercing dragon scales. Whether the old tales were true, he would soon discover. With shield raised, he entered the darkness, a flickering torch held high in his left hand. The passage sloped downward immediately, the floor worn smooth as glass. Signs of the dragon's habitation were everywhere, claw marks scoring the stone walls, the lingering smell of smoke, piles of bones from its meals. But as he descended deeper, Gareth noticed something odd. Scratches in the cave wall that formed pictures. A drawing of a dragon, what appeared to be a small figure with a crown. The passage opened suddenly into an enormous cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness high above. And there, coiled atop a mound of scattered items, some glittering like treasure, others oddly domestic, waited the last dragon of Alberon. The creature was magnificent even in the dim light. Copper scales gleaming like newly minted coins. Wings folded against its massive body. Ancient eyes regarding Gareth with unmistakable intelligence. It rose to its full height, unfurling wings that stretched from one side of the cavern to the other, and released a roar that shook loose stones from the ceiling. "Dragon," Gareth shouted, his voice nearly lost in the creature's thunderous challenge. "Return the king's son." The dragon answered with a blast of flame that Gareth barely deflected with his shield. And so the battle erupted with terrifying intensity. The dragon's fire forced Gareth to dive behind a rock formation. His sword strikes glanced off hardened scales. Both combatants circled, looking for an advantage in the uneven terrain of the cavern floor. Gareth's shoulder burned where claws had found a gap in his armor. The dragon favored one wing, where Gareth's blade had struck true. Neither could gain decisive advantage. Just as Gareth readied himself for a final, desperate charge, a small figure darted between them. "Stop. Please. Stop." A boy of perhaps 7 years, dressed in rough garments, stood with arms outstretched between between the knight and the dragon. Despite his wild appearance, the golden circlet still visible beneath tangled hair confirmed what Gareth already knew. This was Prince Rowan. "Please don't hurt her," the prince cried. "Please. She saved me." Both knight and dragon froze, the boy's intervention creating an impossible moment of truce. "Your Highness," Gareth said, lowering his sword slightly, "I've come to return you to your father." "No." The boy backed toward the dragon, who lowered her massive head protectively. "My father doesn't understand. No one does." In the flickering torchlight, Gareth could see that the prince appeared unharmed. Indeed, he seemed healthy and unafraid, despite living in the presence of the kingdom's most feared creature. "She could have killed me many times," Prince Rowan continued, his small hand resting on the dragon's scaled neck with casual familiarity. "But she saved me instead. The bandits killed everyone else. I was lost in the forest for days. When I fell in the snow, I thought I would die. The dragon made a sound unlike anything Gareth had ever heard before. A low rumble that seemed almost gentle, protective. "She brought me here, kept me warm, found food for me," the prince continued. "You see, she's my friend, Sir Knight. She's the last of her kind, all alone in these mountains." Gareth lowered his sword completely, the impossible truth before him challenging everything he'd been told about dragons. "Your father grieves for you, Your Highness. He believes you've taken against your will." I wasn't at first," the boy admitted. "But I choose to stay now. Father would only have her killed." The dragon watched Gareth with ancient, intelligent eyes. Eyes that seemed to understand exactly what hung in the balance. Your Highness, Gareth said finally. I cannot force you to return against your will. But neither can I leave you here forever. Your father is the king, and you are his only heir. What if... Prince Rowan began hesitantly. What if you told my father what you've seen? That she protected me. That you know she's the last of her kind? Gareth shook his head. No. Your father's hatred of dragons runs deep, Your Highness. The wars of your grandfather's time left scars that haven't yet healed. The boy's face fell, but then brightened with sudden inspiration. Then don't tell him you found me just yet. Return with some proof that I'm alive and well. Bring him this. He removed the royal signet ring he wore on a leather cord around his neck. Tell him you've tracked me to these mountains, but need more time. And that will give us more time. Time. Time for what, Your Highness? Time to prepare, the boy said, with unexpected wisdom. I need to show my father that she deserves to live. The dragons aren't the monsters he believes them to be. Gareth studied the earnest face of the prince. The protective stance of the dragon, and the evidence of their peaceful cohabitation around the cavern. Everything he had been taught told him to complete his mission. Slay the dragon, return the prince. But what he saw before him challenged those certainties. I'll return to your father with the ring, Gareth said at last. But Your Highness, we will need more than time. We will need a plan. The great hall fell silent as Gareth approached the throne. His armor still bearing the marks of his mountain journey. King Edmund leaned forward, eyes flaring with desperate hope. Sir Gareth, you have news of my son? Gareth knelt, drawing forth the signet ring. Your Majesty, I bring proof the prince still lives. I've tracked him to the eastern face of the Black Fang Mountains. The king took the ring with trembling hands. And the dragon. I've seen signs of the creature, Gareth answered truthfully. But I require more time and supplies to complete my mission. The mountains are treacherous, and I believe caution will serve better than haste. King Edmund studied the knight's face. This is just a ring. You've seen my son, spoken with him. I've seen evidence he moves freely and he lives, Gareth replied, choosing his words very carefully. I believe with more time I can ensure his safe return. After a long moment, the king nodded. 2 weeks, Sir Gareth. Take what men and supplies you may need. Your Majesty, with respect, this mission requires stealth rather than force. I would go alone, as I have been. The king's eyes narrowed, but he nodded. 2 weeks, not a day more. And as Gareth left the great hall, he felt the weight of another pair of eyes upon him. Sir Darian, the king's champion, watched from the shadows, his expression unreadable. Gareth had never trusted the man, too hungry for glory, too quick to volunteer for missions that would bring him recognition. For now, though, Gareth had more immediate concerns. Your father has given us 2 weeks, Gareth explained to Prince Rowan upon his return to the cave. 2 weeks, no more. The prince sat cross-legged beside the dragon he called Ember, sharing a meal of roasted mountain hare. The great beast had accepted Gareth's presence with wary tolerance, seeming to understand that the knight now posed no immediate threat. Then we must be ready, Rowan said. I've thought about what to do. Father needs to meet Ember himself, to see that she's gentle and wise. Gareth shook his head. Your father would never come alone to such a meeting. He would bring knights, archers. It would be a trap, Your Highness. Then we must convince him before he comes, the prince insisted. Show him that the dragons were never the monsters our stories claim. And so, over the following days, an unlikely alliance formed between the knight, the prince, and the dragon. While Ember hunted in the high peaks, Gareth and Rowan explored deeper into the cave system. And what they discovered changed everything Gareth thought he knew about dragons. In a chamber far from the main cavern, ancient drawings covered the walls. Not childish scratches, but sophisticated images, showing dragons and humans working together, farming, building, even healing. Dragons breathing controlled flame to forge metal. Humans riding dragons through skies filled with stars. These must be thousands of years old, Gareth marveled, his torch illuminating page after page of history no human had seen for centuries. Even more remarkable were the scrolls they found, preserved in stone containers. Writings in an ancient human dialect that Gareth could partially decipher from his studies. They spoke of a time when dragons and humans lived in harmony, before wars and misunderstandings drove them apart. This changes everything, Gareth said. These scrolls, these drawings, they prove dragons weren't always our enemies. The prince nodded eagerly. Now, we just need to convince Father. Gareth began preparing the prince for the inevitable meeting with his father. They practiced what Rowan would say, how he would explain his time with Ember. The dragon, for her part, seemed to understand the gravity of their plan, allowing Rowan to demonstrate how she would behave in the king's presence. Meanwhile, Gareth created packages of evidence, carefully selected scrolls, drawings copied from the cave walls, even a small chest of dragon scales Ember had shed naturally Each night, he would leave these where the king's scouts might find them, gradually preparing the ground for the truth. But fate rarely allows for perfect plans. On the 10th day, as Gareth returned from placing another evidence package, he spotted movement on the path below. Armor glinting in the afternoon sun. Sir Darian, leading a small party of knights, ascending the mountain. Gareth raced back to the cave, his heart pounding. "We've been discovered," he told Rowan and Ember. "The king's champion approaches with men." "How?" the prince asked, his face pale. "We've been so careful." Darian must have grown suspicious. He's always resented me. Gareth checked his sword. He was jealous that I received this job. You should hide deeper in the cave while I intercept them. But the prince shook his head. "No. If they found us, they'll keep coming. It's time for my plan, ready or not." "Your Highness, I am still your prince," Rowan said firmly. "And I say we stand our ground. Ember will not harm them unless they attack first. I will speak to Sir Darian. Make him understand." Against better judgment, Gareth agreed. They positioned themselves at the cave entrance, the prince in front, Gareth at his side, Ember visible but not threatening within the shadow of the cave mouth. When Sir Darian's party rounded the final bend in the path and saw them, chaos erupted. Knights drew swords, archers knocked arrows, and Darian himself shouted in triumph. "Stand aside, Sir Gareth. The prince is bewitched by the beast." "I am not bewitched," Rowan called back. "Ember saved me. She's been protecting me." "Lies spread by the creature's magic," Darian spat. "Your father sent me to finish what the traitor Sir Gareth would not." He raised his sword. "Men, prepare to..." "You will listen to me." The prince's voice rang with authority that belied his years. "I am Rowan, son of Edmund, heir to the throne of Alberon, and I command you to lower your weapons." was the shock of hearing such command from a child, or perhaps some vestige of loyalty to the royal bloodline. But the knights hesitated. Darian's sword remained high, but the others lowered their weapons slightly. The dragon could have killed me many times, Rowan continued, stepping forward. Instead, she saved me from death in the snow, fed me, protected me. Everything my father believes about dragons is wrong. They were once our allies, not our enemies. Darian sneered. Childish fantasy. Stand aside, Your Highness. Let us do our duty. Your duty is to me, Rowan replied. And I say you will not harm this dragon. And for a tense moment, no one moved. Then, Darian signaled his men. Take the prince, kill the beast, and the traitor. As the knights advanced, Ember moved with unexpected speed, placing herself between the threat and Prince Rowan. Gareth drew his sword, standing firm beside her. The prince refused to move, his small figure dwarfed by the confrontation around him. But before the first blow could fall, a horn blast echoed across the mountainside. All eyes turned to see a much larger force ascending the path, and at its head, the unmistakable figure of King Edmund himself. Father, Rowan cried. Darian turned, surprised but quickly composing himself. Your Majesty, we found the prince. The dragon has him in its thrall, and Sir Gareth has betrayed you. Silence, the king commanded, his eyes fixed on his son, standing unharmed before a creature from a nightmare. Silence all. Rowan, are you well? I am, Father, the prince called back. Please, call off your men. Let me explain. The king raised his hand, halting his forces. He dismounted, approaching slowly, his hand on his sword. Explain quickly, my son. That beast stands behind you, ready to strike. She has never hurt me, Rowan said. She saved me when I was lost in the mountains. Everything you believe about dragons is wrong, Father. The boy gestured to Gareth. Show him what we found. Gareth stepped forward cautiously, producing the ancient scrolls and drawings they had discovered. Your Majesty, these were hidden deep in the cave. They show a different history than the one we've been taught. Dragons and humans once lived in peace. The king barely glanced at the evidence, his eyes never leaving the dragon. A clever deception. Dragons are killers, boy. They destroyed entire villages in your grandfather's time. Because we hunted them first, Rowan cried. We drove them from their lands, killed their young. This is the last dragon, Father. The very last. And she chose mercy over vengeance when she found me. King Edmund's face hardened. Stand aside, Rowan. I'll not ask again. I will not, the prince replied, tears streaming down his face. If you want to kill her, you'll have to kill me first. The king blanched. Bewitchment, just as Darian said. Archers. A dozen bows raised in unison. Gareth moved to shield the prince, but Rowan stood firm, his arms outstretched before Ember. Father, please. What happened next would later be told and retold throughout the kingdom. As the king raised his hand to give the order to fire, a whistling sound cut through the air. From the ridge above, arrows flew, not from the king's men, but from hidden positions in the rocks. Bandits, dozens of them, had used the confrontation as cover to surround the royal party. The same bandits, Gareth realized with sudden clarity, who had attacked the royal hunting party months before. The first volley felled 3 of the king's knights. The second was aimed directly at King Edmund himself. Without hesitation, Ember the dragon launched from her position, her massive wings carrying her forward with incredible speed. She placed her body between the king and the incoming arrows, roaring in pain as they struck her scales. "Father," Rowan cried, running to the king. For a frozen moment, King Edmund stared in disbelief at the dragon that had just saved his life. Then, battle erupted around them as bandits swarmed down from the ridges. Knights fought desperately against the unexpected attack. Darian proved his worth, his sword claiming 3 bandits in quick succession. Gareth found himself fighting back to back with men who had moments before been prepared to kill him. But it was Ember who turned the tide. The dragon rose into the air despite her wounds, raining fire upon the bandit positions, careful to avoid the king's men. Her massive tail swept attackers from the narrow path. Her claws tore through those who came too close. When the last bandit fell, an uneasy quiet descended upon the mountainside. Ember landed heavily near the cave entrance, blood flowing from a dozen arrow wounds. Rowan ran to her side, tears flowing freely now. "Help her," he begged his father. "Please." King Edmund stood motionless, his worldview visibly crumbling as he processed what he had witnessed. The dragon he had come to kill had saved his life, protected his son, fought alongside his knights. His eyes met Gareth's. "You knew." It wasn't a question. I discovered the truth, Your Majesty," Gareth replied. "As you have today." The king approached the wounded dragon slowly, his hand no longer on his sword. Ember watched him with pain-clouded eyes, but made no threatening move. "You saved my son," the king said quietly. "And now, you've saved me as well." He knelt beside the great creature, touching one of the wounds gently. "Master Darian, fetch the royal physician quickly." Darian stared in disbelief. "Your Majesty, you cannot mean to..." "I said quickly," king roared, his authority brooking no argument. As the physician worked to remove arrows and treat Ember's wounds, the king sat with his son, listening at last to the full story of his rescue. Gareth showed him the ancient scrolls and drawings, explaining their significance. All this time, King Edmund said finally, our histories were wrong, or deliberately falsified. Not entirely, Father, Rowan said. There were wars between humans and dragons, terrible ones. But they weren't always our enemies. He looked at Ember with unbridled affection. And they don't have to be in the future. The king was silent for a long moment, weighing centuries of belief against the evidence of his own eyes. Well, what would you have me do, my son? Let her live in peace, Rowan said immediately. Establish these mountains as a sanctuary, and let me visit her. He hesitated. I know I must return to the castle, to my duties. But Ember is my friend. I won't abandon her. King Edmund looked to Gareth. And you, Sir Knight, what would you counsel? Gareth considered carefully. A new beginning, Your Majesty. A chance to right ancient wrongs. Perhaps one day, if there are more dragons, to rebuild what was lost between our kinds. Three days later, when Ember's wounds had begun to heal, a remarkable procession descended from the mountains. At its head rode King Edmund with Prince Rowan before him on his saddle. Behind them came Sir Gareth, carrying the ancient dragon scrolls. And most remarkably of all, walking with careful dignity despite her injuries, came Ember. The people of the nearest village fled indoors at the sight of a living dragon approaching with their king. But as days passed and Ember remained peaceful, curiosity overcame fear. Children were the first to approach, marveling at her scales and gentle demeanor. The adults followed more cautiously. True to his word, King Edmund established the Blackfang Mountains as royal sanctuary. No dragon would be hunted there, no scales harvested, no eggs stolen. In time, watchtowers were built along the borders, manned by a new order of knights, dedicated to protecting the sanctuary and its sole inhabitant. Sir Gareth, having proven both his courage and wisdom, was appointed first knight of the Dragon Guard. His duty was not only to protect Ember, but to study the ancient scrolls and drawings, to recover the lost knowledge of human-dragon cooperation. Prince Rowan divided his time between royal duties at the castle and visits to his dragon friend. Under Gareth's guidance, he too studied the ancient knowledge, preparing for a day when he would rule, perhaps oversee a new era of peace between the species. And Ember, no longer the last dragon hiding in fear, took to the skies above her sanctuary, her copper scales gleaming in the sunlight. Living legend reborn from the shadows of myth. Many years later, when Prince Rowan had grown into a young man, and Sir Gareth's hair had begun to grey, Ember led them to a hidden chamber deep within her mountain home. There, nestled in a bed of heated stones, lay 3 large eggs, their shells gleaming with iridescent patterns. She wasn't the last after all, Gareth marveled, understanding at last why Ember had been so fiercely protective of her cave. Rowan placed a gentle hand on one egg, feeling the life stirring within. Not the last, he agreed. The first. Cold night again. Should have gathered some wood earlier. Damned leg. Always worse when the weather turns. Let's see here. Half a loaf. Bit of cheese. Enough for tonight. What else? I need to check my snares come morning. If the rain hasn't drowned the rabbits first. The north wind howls across the moor, like souls in torment seeking shore. No, that's not right. The north wind howls across the heath, like warriors crying past their death. Yes, that's better. Not good, but better, I suppose. At least the rain stopped. I might get some sleep after all tonight. Someone's coming. At this hour? In this weather? Hello? Is someone in there?
saw the firelight in the road. Aye, traveller. There's a fire, if you need it. And shelter from the wind.
Thank you. I didn't expect to find anyone out here.
Not many pass this way. Cave keeps the rain off, at least.
You're alone here.
Yeah, just me. Whatever travelers happen by. Sit, if you like. There's a fire. Not much, but it's warm.
You live in this cave?
For a time, I move with the seasons. Winter's coming, so I'll head to the valley soon.
Your leg?
It's an old wound. Healed poorly. Makes traveling harder than it once was.
I'm Sir Roland of Eastmark.
No need for titles here, Sir Knight. We're just two men beside a fire. Your armor's seen better days.
Yeah, as have I.
There's water in that skin if you're thirsty. And bread in the sack, though it's a day old.
Thank you.
So, what brings a knight to these woods? This old road's been abandoned for years.
I was, returning from battle. At Raven's Gorge.
I've heard no news from that direction.
And you won't. There were no survivors to tell the tale. Except me.
I see. No, you don't.
My company are gone. 50 good men. Lord Morwen's forces, they knew we were coming. I don't know how, but they knew. Pass was narrow. The archers on the ridge. I never stood a chance.
And you escaped.
I fled. When our captain fell, I ordered retreat. But it was too late. We were surrounded. The men, they looked to me and I couldn't. I couldn't. I rode through the lines when a fog rolled in. Pure luck or cowardice rewarded.
Would your death have saved them?
I should have died with them. A knight doesn't abandon his men.
Well, yet here you sit.
What do you do here, old man?
besides offering shelter to disgraced knights? I collect tales, stories from travelers, songs from distant lands. I remember them. Well, you won't want mine. Every story has its worth. I can't close my eyes without seeing them, without seeing their faces, their eyes as they realised they were trapped. Tell me one of your stories, something to push these ghosts away, just for tonight. What kind of tale would you hear? Anything, just anything to take my mind off it, please. Please. Well, I know a tale from the Eastern Kingdoms about a labyrinth and the shadows within it. Go on then. Well, long ago, in a kingdom whose name is now forgotten, it was said there ruled a queen who was as wise as she was fair. Her land prospered, but austerity draws unwanted attention. Always does. So from the northern mountains came a sorcerer who envied all this queen had built. You see, 3 times she offered him a place at her court if he would share his knowledge. 3 times he refused. Mercy to enemies is folly. Perhaps, yes. And it's said that after the 3rd refusal, the sorcerer revealed his true intent. With dark magic, he created a labyrinth in the very heart of this kingdom. And within this labyrinth dwelled a creature of shadow, a creature, a monster that was said to feed on fear itself. Go on then. Each season, the sorcerer decreed, 7 of your people must enter this labyrinth. None shall return. This will continue until your kingdom knows the same despair that has been my companion. Why not just hunt down this sorcerer? Cut his head off and be done with it? Yes. Many tried. All failed, of course. The sorcerer had bound his life to the labyrinth itself. Only by defeating what lurked within could his curse be broken. All right then. And so it was said that for 3 years, 21 souls entered the darkness each year. None returned. The Queen soldiers searched the labyrinth, of course, finding only empty corridors, No bodies, no blood, just silence and darkness. And then hope began to wither throughout the land. Fields went untended as farmers feared being chosen next. Markets emptied as merchants traveled elsewhere. Even the palace grew quiet, its festivals and music silenced by grief.
Some people always give up too quickly.
Do they? 3 years is a long time to watch your neighbors disappear. Then, in a small village on the kingdom's edge, lived a shepherd named Arian. Now, Arian, he tended his flock alone on the hillsides, keeping to himself mostly. Few knew his story, how his younger sister had been taken the previous year.
And he carried that guilt with him, I bet.
Yes, like a stone around his neck. Each night he dreamt of her face as the guards led her away to the labyrinth. Each morning he woke believing he had failed her.
Let me guess. He volunteers to go to the labyrinth.
He did. When the Queen's messengers came to the village square for the next choosing, drawing names from an iron urn, Arian pushed through the crowd. He stepped forward before they could call another name.
Why would he do that? Sounds like a fool's errand. Bloody death wish.
Well, the Queen herself came forward, you see, asking the same very question you just had. Why volunteer for certain death, shepherd? Arian looked her dead in the eye and said, because death is not certain until it comes, your majesty. And while there's life, there's hope.
Pretty words, I guess, but still foolish.
The crowd thought so too. They whispered behind their hands. They whispered that grief had addled his mind, that guilt had driven him to suicide. But Arian stood firm. My sister went into that darkness, he told the Queen. And if there's even the slightest chance that she lives, I must try to find her.
And if she was already dead?
Then I'll avenge her, he said. Or join her. Either way, I'll no longer wake each morning with this weight upon my soul. That's what he said.
I understand that feeling.
He believed strongly his sister might still be alive somewhere in the darkness. Love makes fools of most men at some point.
Suppose it does. I've seen men do far more dangerous things for far less worthy reasons.
That night, before Arian was to enter the labyrinth, an old woman knocked on his door. She gave him a simple crystal pendant. "This stone reveals the truth," she told him. "In darkness it grows brightest. When facing your greatest fears, follow its light, and you may yet survive."
A magic trinket to save the day.
The next morning, as dawn broke cold and grey, Arian and 6 others stood before the labyrinth's entrance. This structure rose from the earth like a wound in the landscape. Black stone walls, stretching higher than the tallest trees. No windows at all, only a single massive doorway, sealed with iron-banded doors. The Queen's Guard formed a circle around them, not to prevent escape. None had ever tried to flee their fate, but as a final honor. The captain stepped forward and read the proclamation. It said, "By decree of the sorcerer Morden, these 7 souls enter the labyrinth as tribute. May the gods receive them with mercy."
And bloody empty words for the condemned.
6 others, an aging merchant, twin sisters from the northern villages, scholar, a blacksmith's son, and a young mother whose infant had been given to her sister's care. They all wept or prayed, but Arian stood silent, eyes fixed on the doors, pendant clutched in his fist. And the massive doors swung open, the groan of ancient hinges. Beyond lay only darkness, a blackness so completed it seemed to swallow the morning light. His companions hesitated, clinging to one another. Arian, gripping the pendant, was first to step inside. When the doors sealed behind them, the boom that echoed through the corridors panicked, scattered. The merchant ran blindly to the right, the sisters fled straight ahead. The scholar collapsed. The blacksmith's son tried to drag him up. The young mother stood frozen, tears streaming down her face.
And so what did Arian do?
He called to them, trying to urge calm. But his voice was swallowed by darkness. One by one, they disappeared into different passages, till Arian stood alone at the entrance. And he lifted up the pendant, expecting the promised light, you see. But it remained dark as obsidian against his palm.
Deceived by an old woman. Typical. I've been there before.
Rian pressed on, regardless. At the first crossing of paths, he heard what sounded like his sister, crying from the left passage. He hurried toward the sound, but found instead a memory made real. It was the day he failed to save a village child from drowning. It was the dripping ghost that stood beside him, eyes accusing.
Wait a minute. The labyrinth showed him his own memories.
Yes. His deepest fears. And he stood frozen. It was just then he noticed the pendant had begun to glow. Faintly, but it was there. This child approached, reaching for him.
What did he do?
He ran. Each new passage brought new terrors. Bottomless pit. The burning of his village, while he watched on helpless. With each horror, he noticed something strange. The pendant grew darker, not brighter, contrary to the old woman's promise.
So, wait a minute. The pendant was worthless.
After hours of wandering, haunted at every turn, Rian's strength began to fail. At yet another junction of endless black corridors, he slumped against the wall, legs no longer able to carry him. His throat was raw from calling out his sister's name. Hands all bloodied from feeling along the rough walls. I cannot defeat my fears, he whispered into the darkness. They are too many, too strong. I was a fool to think that I could save her.
At least he recognized the truth of it. Better to face reality than cling to false hope.
The pendant lay cold and dark in his palm. Useless. Another false promise in a life full of them. Nearly threw it away in anger. But something stopped him. A memory of the old woman's eyes. The certainty in her voice when she spoke truth.
So what happened?
Well, as he sat there, mind drifting between exhaustion and despair, a thought came to him. You see, the pendant behaved opposite to the old woman's promise. Darkening near his fears, instead of brightening. What if her words held a different meaning? What if facing your fears meant not confronting them, but accepting them?
What? Accept defeat? Surrender to fear?
Not surrender. Oh, no. Simply acknowledgement. Recognition that fear exists, not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a part of ourselves to be understood.
Accept his fears? Well, what good would that do?
Arian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and he thought of the drowned child, and he whispered, "I failed you. I was not fast enough, not strong enough. I carry that failure with me." And just then, the pendant began to glow. Just slightly. Encouraged, Arian continued through the labyrinth. But now, instead of fleeing from his horrors, he acknowledged each one. "Yes," he said, "I fear the depths. I fear the fire. I fear being powerless."
And what? And this helped him somehow?
With each fear, he accepted. The pendant grew brighter. It lit his way deeper into the labyrinth, till he reached the very center. There waited the shadow beast. It was a creature of swirling darkness with countless eyes. It had no fixed form. It shifted and flowed like smoke, taking shapes from Arian's own mind.
And how could he possibly defeat such a thing?
The beast lunged at him, and Arian raised the now bright pendant before him. But instead of attacking, he lowered his hand and he said, "I see you. I know what you are. You are fear itself. My fear, made manifest. And I accept that you are part of me."
He surrendered to it.
Not surrender. Acceptance. The shadow beast howled and charged, but as it touched Arian, something unexpected happened. Instead of consuming him, it began to shrink Each fear Rian named and accepted, the beast grew smaller, until it was no larger than a house cat skulking at his feet.
This makes no sense. Fear doesn't simply shrink away because you acknowledge it.
Doesn't it? The greatest power fear holds over us is the terror of what might be. By accepting what he feared, Rian stripped the beast of its weapon.
Right. So what happened then?
What happened is the walls of the labyrinth began to crumble. Light poured in from above. Rian found himself standing in an open field, surrounded by all the missing villagers, all alive, including his sister. The sorcerer's curse was broken.
And the sorcerer?
He was found dead in his mountain lair, withered away when his creation was defeated.
Well, it's a neat ending. Too neat for real life.
Perhaps. It's only a story.
I thought you were going to tell me a story about slaying monsters with magical swords.
Well, I know tales like that too, would you? Do you prefer one of those instead?
No. Tell me another one. If you know any others.
I do know a tale about a great warrior and his broken sword. If that interests you.
It does? Yeah.
All right. Let's see if I can remember. There once lived a legendary warrior named Caden. Now, Caden wielded a sword called the Blade of Dawn, and in 100 battles, he had never known defeat. His fame, well, it spread across 7 kingdoms.
Until one day, I assume.
Until one day, indeed. You see, Caden grew prideful. He began to believe it was his sword that made him invincible, not his skill or his purpose. In the greatest battle of his life against an enemy who threatened his homeland, something unexpected happened.
Did his sword break?
Yes. Against a seemingly weaker opponent. The Blade of Dawn shattered like glass. Caden, for the first time, felt so afraid. He fled the battlefield, leaving his men to continue the fight without him.
A coward, then.
It was said for months, Caden wandered the wilderness. He wandered haunted by his failure, And then one night, lost in a storm, he stumbled upon a small hut. And in this hut was an old smith who worked his forge despite the late hour.
Let me guess, another magical stranger appears with convenient wisdom.
Now the smith offered Caden shelter. When he recognized the warrior, he asked to see the remnants of this famous blade. Caden showed him the broken hilt he still carried.
Could this smith remake it?
Well, the smith said, I can forge you a new blade, but it will not be the same. He said, your sword broke because you forgot what you were fighting for. A blade with no purpose shatters against even the weakest conviction.
That's ridiculous. Steel doesn't care about purpose.
The smith required 3 elements to forge a new blade. Water from the pool of reflection, fire from the mountain of ancestors, and earth from the fields of tomorrow. Caden's first journey took him to the pool of reflection. It was a still mountain lake, so clear it mirrored the sky perfectly. Now, the smith had instructed him to look into the water and collect what he found there.
And what did he see?
Himself, not as a great warrior, but as the frightened little boy who had first taken up a sword to protect his younger siblings after their parents died.
He saw his true self.
In the reflection, he watched his own journey. How protecting his family had grown into protecting his village, then his kingdom. How somewhere along the way, glory had replaced protection as his goal.
That's true, that happens to many men.
And it was then that Caden wept at what he'd become. And his tears fell into the pool. And when he collected the water in his flask, it glowed with a soft inner light. His second journey took him to the mountains of ancestors, where it was said ancient warriors were buried. At its peak burned an eternal flame. When Caden reached it, the flames parted, and he saw visions. Visions of those who had died following him into battle.
His fallen comrades.
Yes. They spoke to him not with blame, but with questions. What were we fighting for, Caden? Why we die. He had no answer for them. He had led them into battle for his own glory, not for the greater purpose.
That's the worst of it. When they look to you for answers and you have none.
Caden knelt before these spirits until he found the words, and he said, I failed you. I led with pride instead of purpose. But I will make it right. When he collected fire in his torch, it burned blue and cold.
And the third trial? The fields of tomorrow?
The fields of tomorrow. A vast plain where it was said one could see glimpses of what might be. When Caden arrived, he saw only an empty field of tall grass. He was disappointed, and so he sat and he waited. As the sun set, the winds picked up, and in their whisper, he heard voices. Children playing, people working, life's continuing in peace.
I don't understand.
You see, these were the voices of those who would live if Caden returned to the battle. If he protected them as he had once protected his siblings. The future that would never exist if he remained in exile. When he gathered soil from the field, it felt warm in his hands.
So, the sword's strength came from his heart all along. Sounds like a child's tale. Smith's forged steel, not sentiment.
Is that so? Tell me, Sir Knight. Have you never fought harder for something you believed in? Pressed on despite wounds that should have failed you because something mattered more than pain?
That's different, that's determination. Willpower.
And what forges willpower, if not purpose? What tempers determination, if not meaning?
You twist words like a court poet. Sword is steel, nothing more.
If that were true, any farmer with a sharp blade could be a knight. Yet, they are not. Why?
Training, discipline, years of practice.
All shaping the hand that holds the sword. Just as purpose shapes the heart behind the hand.
Perhaps there's some truth in that then.
When Caden returned to the smith, the old man worked through 3 days and 3 nights. He melted down what remained of the Blade of Dawn, mixing it with new ore mined from the mountains. As he worked, he added the water, fire, and earth Caden had gathered, binding them into the metal with ancient words and hammer blows.
What did the new sword look like?
It was plainer than the Blade of Dawn. No gold inlay, no jeweled hilt. Just steel with a faint blue tint, a leather-wrapped grip, and a guard simple enough for a common soldier. Yet, when Caden held it, the blade seemed to hum, something that wasn't quite sound, but rather feeling.
What did Caden see in the fields of tomorrow that gave him such courage?
The faces of those who depended on him. Not glory or legend, but simple protection. The ordinary lives that could continue only if he remembered why he first took up a sword.
Right. And did he return to battle?
He did. He found his army still fighting, though pushed back to the walls of their homeland. They had not given up despite his desertion. When they saw him return, some cheered, others cursed, but all made way as he approached the enemy commander.
And then?
The battle was fierce. Caden's new blade was not magical, but his purpose was unbreakable. He fought not for glory, but for the future he had glimpsed. And though he took many wounds, he prevailed. The enemy was driven back.
So, he won after all.
In a manner of speaking, yes, Caden never regained his former fame. Some still called him a coward for his earlier flight. But the land knew peace for many years, and the children in the fields of tomorrow grew up without knowing war. Caden considered this greater victory than any he had won before.
This Caden sounds like a fool, just as I was.
Most men are fools at some point in their lives. The wise ones learn from it.
It'll be dawn soon.
Will you continue your journey home?
No. I'm going back.
Back?
To Lord Morwen's forces. They'll be camped at Blackwater Crossing by now, preparing to march on the capital. They don't know I escaped. They don't know someone carries a warning.
One man against an army?
Not to fight them. To delay them. The mountain pass narrows at Raven's Rock. A single rider could trigger a rock slide. It would buy the capital time to prepare for defences.
You might not survive.
I know. I know. I don't know who you are, old man. But your tales have a strange power.
Just stories.
No. They're more than that. I've been running from shadows. The night is made for more than fleeing.
What are you made for, Sir Roland?
Protection. Not glory or legend. Just standing between harm and those who cannot fight. I won't make it back in time, will I?
To save everyone? Probably not.
But I might save some.
That would be something. Something worth doing.
When I was a boy, I always wanted to be a knight. Because of the stories. Glory and honor, and I thought it would be so different.
It never is.
Were you a soldier once? You speak like a man who's seen battle.
Long ago. Different war, same story.
What happened to your leg?
It was an arrow. Took me out of the fighting. Perhaps for the best. Your horse needs rest. Another hour would serve you both.
No. No dawn approaches. Morwen's scouts will be checking the passes. I need the advantage of surprise.
Take this, then.
A dagger.
It's good steel. Better than it looks. Sometimes the smaller blade finds its mark when swords cannot.
I can't take your weapon.
You're going to battle. I'm sitting beside a fire telling stories. Which of us needs it more?
I thank you for this. For the fire. For the stories.
There's still goodness worth protecting in this world, Sir Roland. Remember that when your arm grows tired.
I will.
May your blade stay sharp and your heart sharper still.
If I survive this, I'll return your dagger.
If you survive, I'll tell you the tale of a knight who turned back.
I'd like to hear that one.
Go well, Sir Knight. Go well. Another one will come tomorrow. They always do. The lost ones. The broken ones. The ones who need a tale to find their way. And now to sleep. And perhaps I'll dream of battles long past. Or knights returning home. Or perhaps just silence. Silence would be welcome too.
The Wandering Witch Inn, or the Cursed Tavern, as it was known by others, sat nestled in a deep, dark, misty forest, far from any well-travelled road. Its faded sign, crumbling, it was easy to miss, as so many exiled creatures did. But for those barred from every other magical tavern and inn, its sturdy door stood open as a last refuge. Finn McMurdoch was discovered in the bar, polishing a silver coin with obsessive care, muttering about the superiority of silver over gold. The leprechaun, exiled long ago from the fairy circles for his distaste of gold, was cursed to eternally manage the wandering witch. Gold's for show-offs, he grumbled. Silver looks much better on me with my complexion. Being magically bound to the inn was stressful enough, without having to make ends meet. Nearby, Twiggy was helpfully rearranging the empty tankards and plates into a chaotic tableau. The impish fairy darted about, giggling to herself as she tried to spell out something rude with the tavern's dinnerware. In the kitchen, Siobhan silently tasted a bubbling, unnaturally coloured brew with a ladle. The mute witch cook, banished for sharing forbidden elixirs, added a live spider to her concoction. It dissolved instantly, the puff of purple smoke, and she nodded in satisfaction. Harry was the doorman, a large half-giant who carried around his disembodied head. He meticulously dusted the cobwebs, with a feather duster held in his massive hand, while his detached head, perched on a nearby bookshelf, offered a running commentary on the futility of cleanliness in an establishment frequented by bog monsters.
What's the point? They'll just track in more slime tonight.
His head complained, while his body continued its mindless task. This was the Cursed Tavern, a place where the bizarre was mundane, and everyone was just trying to get through another cursed day. The relative quiet was broken by a firm knock at the door. Harry's body automatically lumbered toward the entrance, guided by shouted directions from his distant head.
To your left. No. Your other left. Mind the door frame, you great lummox.
5 figures entered, all dressed in matching leisure sportswear in various pastel shades. They carried yoga mats tucked under their arms and wore expressions of determined positivity that seemed jarring against the inn's gloomy backdrop. "Hello there," the leader, a middle-aged woman with a sleek blonde bob and unnaturally white teeth, announced. "We are the Moonbeam Meditation Circle. I'm Brenda Howleman, and this is my husband Barry, and our friends Kevin, Sharon, and Trevor." The 5 newcomers beamed with an enthusiasm that made Finn instantly suspicious. "And what brings you to my establishment?" he asked, eyeing their matching outfits warily. "We're on our wild awakening retreat," Brenda explained excitedly. "We're here for our first ever full moon transformation." "Transformation?" Finn's bushy eyebrows shot up.
Why, yes, we're werewolves,
Barry clarified, though he slightly lowered his voice as if sharing a slightly embarrassing medical condition.
Well, soon to be werewolves. Tonight's full moon and our spiritual guide assured us this location has the perfect energies for our first change.
"Our shaman, Moon Howl Star Dancer, recommended your establishment specifically," Kevin added, adjusting his designer glasses. "We've been preparing for months with meditation, special diets, and howling exercises. I assure you, it will be a spiritually guided and entirely safe experience," Sharon said, with a confidence that belied her nervous glances at the inn's shadowy corners. Finn stared at them, mouth slightly agape. His first instinct was to throw these magical tourists out completely. Nothing good ever came from inexperienced practitioners attempting dangerous transformations. But just then, Barry pulled out a velvet pouch that clinked with a distinctive sound Finn recognized instantly. Silver.
We're prepared to pay handsomely for your most secluded rooms,
Barry said, jingling the pouch meaningfully. Finn's greed warred briefly with his common sense. Greed won. "Right this way," he said, with a tight smile, already calculating how much silver he could extract from these fools. "I have just the rooms for you. Very secluded, very appropriate for werewolf transformations." As Finn led the Moonbeam Meditation Circle up the creaking stairs to the most dilapidated rooms in the inn, Twiggy zipped over to Harry's head. "Did he just willingly rent rooms to wannabe werewolves on their first full moon?" she asked incredulously.
"Aye, he did,"
Harry's head sighed.
Silver blinds that leprechaun to all sense. Mark me words, we'll be cleaning up furry carnage before sunrise.
Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Siobhan faced a crisis of her own. Her usual meat supplier had mysteriously vanished, perhaps due to one of her previous experimental dishes, forcing her to seek alternatives for the inn's increasingly hungry patrons. As if summoned by the inn's need, the back door swung open, and in waddled a squat figure, nearly hidden beneath an oversized chef's hat. The small gnome's curly moustache was clearly fake, attached to a face with visible spirit gum, and his grimy apron bore stains in colours that didn't exist in nature.
"Greetings, fine innkeeper,"
the gnome announced with theatrical flair.
"Gusto, the gourmet grocer, at your service."
Finn's eyes narrowed with immediate recognition. Declan? Is that you under that ridiculous hat? The gnome's smile faltered only briefly.
"Declan? Who is Declan? I am Gusto, purveyor of the finest—"
"Save it, you poisonous toadstool," Finn growled. "I'd recognize that conniving face anywhere, even behind that fake moustache. What are you doing in my inn? Last time you were here, half my patrons ended up transformed." Declan, seeing his disguise had failed, dropped the exaggerated accent and maintained his salesman's enthusiasm.
All right, it's me. But I come with a business proposition."
He heaved a small cart toward Finn, covered with a stained cloth.
"I happened to hear about your meat shortage, and as luck would have it, I recently acquired a surplus of premium cuts."
He whipped away the cloth with a flourish, revealing a crate packed with oddly coloured meats that seemed to glisten with unnatural sheen.
"Artisan Rhiannon cuts,"
Declan proclaimed proudly.
"Farm-raised, ethically sourced, and bursting with flavour that practically leaps onto your fork."
As Declan continued with his sales pitch, he casually draped the cloth over a section of the crate where a label read, "Warning, extreme instability, if not kept frozen, may reanimate if exposed to ambient magic." Siobhan appeared in the kitchen doorway, watching the exchange with cautious interest. Despite her well-earned distrust of gnomes in general, and Declan specifically, her kitchen needed supplies. She approached, examining the meat with a professional eye.
"The finest cuts you'll see this side of the Goblin Market,"
Declan assured her.
"Special price for you, my silent friend Siobhan. And they'll add a certain liveliness to your dishes that ordinary meats simply can't match."
Siobhan raised an eyebrow at his choice of words, but
ultimately nodded in agreement. The inn had guests to feed, and alternatives were scarce. Finn reluctantly handed over a small silver coin, physically pained by the transaction.
If these meats cause any trouble, Declan, I'll turn you into a doorstop.
Satisfaction guaranteed, Declan chirped, pocketing the coin and backing toward the door. Just keep them nice and cold until cooking. Very important, that part. Very, very important. With a final toothy grin, he slipped out the door, quiet cackling trailing behind him. Siobhan carried the crate to the kitchen as Finn turned his attention back to the werewolf problem. He decided to investigate his new guests more thoroughly, creeping up the stairs to eavesdrop outside their rooms. Through the thin door, he could hear Brenda's voice, trembling with uncertainty that belied her earliest confidence. I'm terrified. We might actually turn into, wolves, she whispered to Barry. Real ones, with teeth and claws and all that fur. Nonsense, sweetie, Barry replied, though his voice lacked conviction. Moonhowl Stardancer assured us it's more of a spiritual transformation, a metaphorical wolf becoming. Finn backed away from the door, his worst fears confirmed. These people had no idea what they were doing. They weren't experienced werewolves, more magical tourists with a death wish. Meanwhile, the inn's ancient magically powered freezer, which ran on the captured sighs of disappointed ghosts, finally sputtered and died. Siobhan, with characteristic pragmatism, moved the crate of Rhiannon cuts to the cool, dark wine cellar, unaware the slight temperature change and ambient magic were already beginning the thawing reanimation process. Finn began frantic preparations to werewolf-proof the inn. He enlisted Twiggy's help, which immediately proved to be a mistake. The silver cutlery he intended as barriers around the windows, Twiggy arranged into pretty but ineffective patterns. The wolfsbane he planted around the inn's perimeter turned out to be a rare, prankish variant that caused violent, uncontrollable sneezing fits in anyone who got too close. These aren't normal wolfsbane, he sneezed accusingly. Twiggy shrugged. The regular kind was boring. At least these have some personality. Finn tried to create werewolf safety pamphlets with crude drawings, which Twiggy improved with glitter and googly eyes, rendering them completely illegible, really. Unseen by the staff, the Rhiannon cuts in the cellar were actively thawing and beginning to writhe. Individual cuts started to melt, absorbing stray vegetable peelings, dust bunnies, and forgotten wine corks. The celery-feathered chicken, beef-snouted pig, and moldy cheese-hide cow were taking their grotesque, embryonic forms, small and clumsy, but undeniably alive. As dusk approached, the Moonbeam Meditation Circle gathered in the common room, attempting calming pre-transformation rituals. Their off-key group howling, awkward interpretive wolf dances, and sharing of chosen spirit wolf names did nothing to soothe Finn's mounting anxiety. I am Moonbeam Flu Nugget, Brenda announced solemnly. Silver Fang Dreamwalker, Barry said. Nightshade Shadow Hunter, Trevor whispered. Aurora Paw Whisperer, Sharon contributed. Mighty Alpha Forest King, Kevin concluded. Harry's head, which his body had placed on the bar for a better view, offered unhelpful advice. The key to letting one's inner beast roam free is embracing the primal instinct, he pontificated, though preferably not through the wallpaper. Last time we had werewolves here, the redecorating costs were astronomical. Down in the cellar, the Rhiannon animals were growing more mobile, exploring their new dark domain. The celery-feathered chicken had discovered a way up the stairs, pecking at the door with its beak fashioned from a carrot. Twiggy, investigating a strange noise, spotted the creature, and, thinking it was a new cute pet, tried to feed it her pocket lint, accidentally leading it closer to the cellar door. And as full moonlight streamed through the inn's windows, the Moonbeam Circle gathered nervously in the common room. Finn ducked behind the bar, armed with a silver gravy ladle. The transformation is beginning, Brenda gasped, staring at her trembling hands. I feel tingly. What followed was not the horrific bone-cracking, muscle-tearing metamorphosis that typically accompanied werewolf changes. Instead, the 5 would-be werewolves simply shrank. Their bodies condensed, sprouted fur, and within moments, where 5 humans had stood, there were now 5 small, fluffy dogs. Brenda had become a pristine white Pomeranian. Barry transformed into a stocky pug with the same balding pattern as his human form. Kevin was now a small Saluki with glasses, somehow still perched on his canine snout. Sharon had turned into an elegant borzoi, while Trevor had become a trembling chihuahua. Silence fell over the inn as everyone stared in disbelief. What in the name of all that's magical? Finn began, peering over the bar. The tiny little dogs looked at each other in horror. Their human consciousness clearly intact with their diminutive forms.
Barry?
Yapped Brenda the Pomeranian.
What happened? This isn't right. My aura reader said I was definitely a timber wolf. Oh, good heavens.
Barry the pug wheezed, the flat face even more compressed than his human one had been.
I appear to have become a lapdog. This is most undignified. This must be some mistake,
Kevin declared, his long snout quivering.
I specifically paid extra for the Alpha package.
Finn slowly emerged from behind the bar, staring at the pack of small, disgruntled dogs with bewilderment. His terror had evaporated, replaced by confused relief. You're puppies, he stated unnecessarily.
We most certainly are not,
Sharon sniffed.
We are noble wolves, experiencing a slight manifestation issue.
Trevor the Chihuahua was too busy shivering uncontrollably to contribute to the situation. Before Finn could respond, a tremendous crash echoed from the cellar, followed by a screech that made the floorboards vibrate. Everyone froze, including the puppy werewolves.
What was that?
Barry yapped fearfully. Probably nothing, Finn said, unconvincingly, just as another crash shook the inn. It was at that moment that Declan the gnome burst through the front door, now dressed in an unconvincing animal control officer uniform, complete with a tiny clipboard and official-looking hat. "Surprise inspection," he announced cheerfully, surveying the scene. His eyes lit up with a malicious glee when he spotted the transformed werewolves. Well, well, what adorable little doggy werewolves. How absolutely precious. Declan, you weasel, Finn growled. What are you doing back here? Just following up on my premium meat products, Declan replied. Customer satisfaction is my top priority. And speaking of my products, the cellar door exploded outward, and through the splintered remains lumbered the most horrific creation Finn had ever seen. A massive bovine form constructed from miscellaneous meat cuts, its body adorned with moldy cheese that functioned as a sort of hide. Behind it emerged a pig-like creature with a snout fashioned from a blood-red beet, and a chicken monstrosity sprouting celery feathers, and a rusty bucket for a helmet. The meat monsters surveyed the room with eyes fashioned from onions, their makeshift mouths opening to reveal teeth carved from bone fragments.
Ah, I see you've made my Rhiannon cuts.
Declan exclaimed with feigned surprise.
They do tend to get a bit lively when exposed to magic. Should have read the warning label.
The few remaining patrons in the bar screamed and scattered as the monstrous, mouldy cheese-hide cow let out a bellowing roar and charged into the common room, knocking over tables and chairs. The beef-snouted pig and celery-feathered chicken followed, snapping at anything that moved. The werewolf puppies stared in horror at the rampaging meat creatures, their earlier existential crises momentarily forgotten in the face of more immediate danger.
What do we do?
Brenda yapped, her fluffy tail tucked between her legs. Something strange happened then. Trevor the Chihuahua, the most timid of the group, suddenly stopped shivering, and a growl emerged from his tiny throat, growing in intensity until he was snarling with surprising ferocity.
I don't know what these things are,
he growled,
but they're threatening our pack.
Without warning, he launched his tiny body at the mouldy cheese-hide cow, latching on to what passed for its ankle with surprising tenacity. The monster bellowed in confusion, trying to shake off the miniature attacker. Kevin Saluki blinked in surprise, then noticed a sausage link dangling from the beef-snouted pig. Something primal stirred within him.
I have an inexplicable desire to fetch that pork chop,
he barked, suddenly dashing forward to snap at the dangling meat. One by one, the werewolf puppies gave in to their canine instincts. Brenda and Barry coordinated an attack on the celery-feathered chicken, while Sharon used her borzoi speed to dart between the monster's legs, confusing and disorienting him. From behind the bar, Finn watched in amazement as the tiny dogs fearlessly battled the meat monstrosities. Harry's head, which his body had now recovered and was now holding aloft for a better view, said, Well, that's not something you see every day, is it?
Siobhan calmly walked through the chaotic battle, occasionally deflecting a flying meatball with her frying pan, studying the puppy's attack techniques with professional interest. Declan, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He perched atop a high shelf, cackling and occasionally shouting unhelpful advice. The cheese cow has a weak spot just above its left hind quarter, he called out gleefully, pointing to a spot that was actually more heavily armed than the rest. Despite their small size, the werewolf puppies fought with surprising effectiveness. They darted between the lumbering meat creatures, nipping at gristly joints and tugging on exposed tendons. The monsters, powerful but clumsy, struggled to catch the nimble little canines. Trevor the Chihuahua proved unexpectedly fierce. His tiny jaws clamped onto the cheese cow's leg with the tenacity of a much larger beast. Kevin executed graceful leaps to tear chunks from the beef pig's flank. Brenda and Barry worked as a team, the Pomeranian distracting the celery chicken while the pug attacked from behind. The battle reached its climax when Sharon, demonstrating remarkable strategy, managed to herd all three meat monsters into a corner. The assembled puppies launched a coordinated final assault, tearing into the creatures with remarkable precision. Under their relentless attacks, the meat monsters began to disintegrate, returning to their component parts. The cheese cow collapsed into a pile of quivering cuts. The beet pig dissolved into pork scraps. The celery chicken finally fell, its bucket helmet rolling across the floor with a metallic clang. As the dust settled, the common room resembled a slaughterhouse explosion. Meat scraps, vegetable pieces, and various condiments covered every surface. The werewolf puppy stood triumphant amid the carnage, panting but proud. We did it. We really did it, Barry wheezed, his pug face even more wrinkled with exertion.
That was remarkably satisfying,
Brenda yipped, trying unsuccessfully to maintain her dignity while covered in gravy. The immediate danger had passed, but new challenges quickly emerged. The werewolf puppies, having expended their combat energy,
now found themselves dealing with distinctively canine needs and impulses.
I require a gluten-free organic water bowl immediately,
Sharon announced, before becoming distracted by her own tail and chasing it in a circle.
I feel compelled to create a damage assessment spreadsheet,
Kevin declared, only to be interrupted by an overwhelming urge to scratch behind his ear with his hind leg. Trevor attempted to organize a post-battle debriefing seminar, but kept getting distracted by interesting smells on the floor. Brenda tried to maintain order among her pack, but found herself involuntarily rolling onto her back whenever Finn approached. Her paws in the air in a request for belly rubs that clearly mortified her human consciousness.
This is undignified. I am a certified yoga instructor and Reiki practitioner,
she protested, even as her tail wagged uncontrollably. For Finn, the challenge of caring for 5 intelligent, demanding puppies who thought and complained like middle-aged suburbanites proved nearly as taxing as fighting meat monsters. Twiggy found the whole situation hilarious, zipping around to offer the puppies ridiculous accessories she'd fashioned from debris.
Look, a monocle for the pug, and a tiny top hat for the chihuahua,
she giggled, trying to affix these items to the canines. Harry's body wandered around, attempting to clean up meat scraps, guided by his head's shouted directions, occasionally mistaking the smaller puppies for debris and trying to sweep them up.
Put me down this instant,
Trevor yelped as he was scooped into a dustbin.
I have rights, you know.
Siobhan, ever practical, had already begun collecting the pre-tenderized meat scraps, viewing the evening's disaster as an unexpected culinary opportunity. She worked silently in the kitchen, sounds of efficient chopping occasionally punctuated by mysterious bubbling and ominous flashes of purple light. Declan, having witnessed the defeat of his meat monsters, decided it was time for a strategic retreat. He sidled toward the door, still wearing his absurd animal control disguise.
Well, it's been delightful,
he called to Finn.
I'll be back to restock Siobhan's larder with more exciting surprises soon.
Finn, exhausted and still processing the night's events, could only muster enough energy to throw a non-silver spoon at the departing gnome. Missed by several feet, clattering against the wall as Declan made his escape, his cackling laughter fading into the night. As midnight approached, the werewolf puppies finally succumbed to exhaustion, curling up in a pile before the fireplace. Despite their earlier complaints and identity crises, they seemed almost content in their temporary canine forms, occasionally twitching and yipping in their dreams. Finn collapsed onto a battered armchair, surveying the devastation of his inn with a mixture of resignation and relief. At least everyone had survived, and the meat monsters were destroyed. Though the cleanup would be monumental, he had to admit there had been worse nights at the Cursed Tavern.
Well, well, that was certainly eventful,
Harry's head commented.
Nothing like a bit of chaos to liven up the evening.
Chaos I can handle, Finn replied. It's always the aftermath that's exhausting. As the first light of dawn crept through the windows, the werewolf puppies began to stir. Their tiny bodies stretched and contorted, and within moments, they had returned to their human forms. Disheveled, slightly traumatized, but also strangely exhilarated by their experiences. Brenda, smoothing her rumpled clothing and attempting to restore her composure, approached Finn at the bar.
Mr. Murdoch, we owe you an apology for the unintentional chaos and the intentional puppy demands.
We had no idea transformation would be so literal, Barry added, picking what appeared to be gravy from his ear.
Or that we'd become such small breeds,
Kevin said, with a hint of lingering disappointment. Nevertheless, Sharon interjected, it was an unexpectedly character-building experience.
We faced danger, overcame our limitations, and discovered our inner strength.
Plus we got to bite things, Trevor added, with surprising enthusiasm, before catching himself and adjusting his glasses. We engaged in primal therapeutic release. To Finn's surprise and delight, they presented him with a generous payment in silver coins, praising the inn's immersive and transformative experience. As the Moonbeam Meditation Circle gathered their belongings and prepared to depart, discussing plans for their next adventure, the fervor of those who had survived something truly harrowing, Siobhan emerged from the kitchen. She carried a steaming pot that she placed on the bar with a significant look at Finn. She placed a note next to the pot. Today's special, Heroes Ragu Surprise, it said. The aroma wafting from the concoction was surprisingly enticing, considering its questionable origins. After the werewolves left, Finn surveyed the remnants of the night's chaos. Meat stains on the ceiling, paw prints on the furniture, and a general aura of magical mayhem that would take days to clear. He made mental notes to triple check all future guest declarations and to ban all meat purchases from gnomes, disguised or otherwise. As he exhaustedly scrubbed at a gravy stain shaped like a paw print on the ceiling, Harry's head philosophized from his perch on a nearby shelf.
You know, Finnegan, for a moment there I thought we were all going to be somebody's lunch. Adds a certain zest to the day, wouldn't you say?
Finn just groaned and continued scrubbing, already dreading whatever bizarre incident would inevitably fall upon the cursed tavern next. After all, in a place where the bazaar was mundane, and everyone was just trying to get through another cursed day, peace and quiet were the only things truly impossible to find. Inside the medieval apothecary shop, dried herbs hung from weathered ceiling beams in neat bundles. A fire crackled beneath bubbling copper pots, filling the air with the sweet scent of healing brews. The apothecary worked methodically in the dim light, grinding leaves with his mortar and pestle, while checking each jar's contents against his inventory list. Rain pelted the leaded glass windows as evening settled over the town. He paused his work, listening to the steady drumming. The storm had grown fierce enough to drive most townspeople indoors, leaving the narrow streets empty, save for the occasional hurried vicar rushing past his shop. The shelves around him held countless glass vials, each labeled in his careful hand. Some contained common remedies: feverfew, chamomile, willow bark, while others held rarer substances, their contents gleaming mysteriously in the firelight. A collection of surgical tools lay clean and ready on a worn wooden table, their polished surfaces reflecting the warm glow of fat, burning lamps. It was then that the door burst open with a gust of wind and rain. A knight staggered in, one hand pressed onto their side, the other steadying themselves against the doorframe. Water dripped from their armor onto the stone floor. "I require treatment," the knight said, voice muffled by their helmet. Despite the obvious pain, they remained rigidly upright. The apothecary moved quickly to examine the wound. You'll need to remove some armor. The cut needs proper cleaning. No. The knight stepped back. Bind it as it is. I cannot remove the armor. That will lead to infection. At least let me. Just bind it. The knight insisted, tension clear in their voice. I can pay well. The apothecary frowned, but gathered his supplies. As he approached with clean bandages, he noticed the quality of the armor. Fine steel worked with subtle details that marked royal craftsmanship. Yet, there were no identifying marks or heraldry. An unusual combination that raised questions he knew better than to ask. Thunder rolled overhead as he began his work, the night remaining silent and still beneath his hands. The wound was deep, but clean, made by a sharp blade rather than a ragged weapon. Another detail that didn't match the typical tavern brawl or bandit attack. But that, too, he kept to himself. He worked carefully in the flickering light, cleaning what he could reach of the wound through gaps in the armor. The knight's breathing was measured but strained, each small movement carefully controlled. Despite their rigid posture, he could sense their growing weakness. Whatever had caused this wound, the knight was far from safety, and refusing proper treatment would only worsen their condition. As he reached for more bandages, a flash of lightning illuminated the shop. In that brief moment, he caught a glimpse of something that made him pause. A subtle pattern etched into the armor's shoulder plate. One he'd definitely seen before in the royal court's guard. But before he could process this detail, thunder crashed overhead, and the knight swayed slightly, their composed facade beginning to crack. The apothecary bent closer to examine the wound, frowning as he noticed an unusual purple tinge at its edges. His fingers froze. He knew that color, a telltale sign of nightshade-based poison, the kind used exclusively by royal assassins. The wound is poisoned, he said quietly, straightening up. You need the armor off. Now. The knight stiffened. Impossible. Just bind it, and He'll be dead by dawn. He moved to his shelves, quickly gathering ingredients. The poison's already spreading. See how your fingers tremble? The knight looked down at their gauntleted hand, now visibly shaking. You're certain? Purple-tipped nightshade. Royal court poison. I've seen it before. He began grinding herbs with swift, practiced movements. It'll reach your heart within hours, without treatment. Thunder crashed outside as the night seemed to wage an internal battle. Finally, they spoke, voice weaker than before. You cannot tell anyone what you see. I take confidences seriously, but we're wasting time. The knight struggled with the armor clasps, movements growing clumsy. The apothecary stepped forward to help, carefully removing the chest plate. The wound beneath was worse than he thought. Purple veins spreading outward like dark lightning. The helmet, he insisted, mixing herbs into a paste. The poison will affect your mind soon. I will need to check your eyes for... The knight swayed suddenly, catching themselves against a table. Vials rattled. No, I cannot. You can, and you must. He stepped closer, voice firm. Now. With trembling hands, the knight reached for their helmet. was a moment of hesitation. Then they lifted it away. Long dark hair fell free, framing a face the apothecary had never thought to see again. Despite the years between then and now, he knew those eyes immediately. The princess held his gaze, chin lifted despite her obvious weakness. "Hello, Thomas," she said softly. He stared, words failing him. The girl he'd loved in secret, the princess who'd been his childhood friend until duty separated them. She stood before him now, poisoned and in disguise. "Your Highness," he managed finally, healer's instincts warring with shock. I. She stumbled then, poison taking its toll. He caught her automatically. Years of formality forgotten in urgency. She felt smaller without the armor, more like the girl he remembered. "Well," she said, attempting a weak smile, "this isn't quite how I imagined seeing you again." The poison's purple traces were spreading visibly now. Dark veins creeping up her neck. Her skin had taken on a grayish tinge, and her breathing grew more labored. Thomas pushed aside his shock and confusion, forcing himself to focus on the immediate threat. "We must act quickly," he said, guiding her to a chair. "The poison is spreading faster than I feared." He turned back to his workbench, hands moving swiftly among his supplies. "I need to know exactly when you were wounded." I think 2 hours ago," she managed, gripping the chair's arms as another wave of dizziness hit. 2 hours ago, just outside the city's walls. Thomas calculated quickly. 2 hours. The poison would reach her heart by dawn. Less time than he'd hoped, but enough if they worked quickly. He refused to consider the alternative. Not when he just found her again. Even under these impossible circumstances. Stay with me, he urged, reaching for his strongest antidote herbs. We have work to do. Thomas worked quickly at his bench, crushing herbs with shaking hands as he tried to process the reality before him. The Princess Elizabeth sat watching him, her beautiful face growing paler by the minute. I need to know what really happened, he said, keeping his voice steady. Still direct as ever. She managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. Some things haven't changed. Many things have changed, Your Highness. He emphasized the title slightly, measuring dried foxglove with careful precision. Don't. She gripped the chair tighter as another wave of dizziness hit. Please, don't call me that. Not here. Not now. He added the foxglove to his mortar, grinding it perhaps harder than necessary. What should I call you then? The knight who burst into my shop? The princess who vanished from court without a word? The girl who... He stopped himself, focusing on the herbs. The girl who broke your heart. Her voice was quiet, need to focus on the poison, he said firmly, though his hand had stilled. I am seeing signs of nightshade, but there's something else. Something that's making it spread faster. She nodded, professional despite her growing weakness. Monkshood, probably. They've been experimenting with combinations. They? Who exactly is trying to kill you, Elizabeth? She met his gaze, and for a moment he saw past the years of separation to the girl who used to sneak out of the castle gardens to meet him. Members of my court, my own court. I've been investigating corruption, getting too close to the truth, apparently. Thomas turned back to his workbench, adding ingredients to a copper pot, heating over the fire. The familiar motions helped steady him. That explains the disguise. Oh, I never thought I'd see you in armor. You'd be surprised what I've learned to do. She watched him work, eyes growing unfocused. I needed to become more than just a princess in a tower. And now, you're a poisoned knight in an apothecary shop. He stirred the mixture, trying to keep his tone light despite his growing concern. The poison was now spreading faster. At least, she said softly, at least it brought me back to you. He nearly dropped his spoon, but before he could respond, she slumped forward, consciousness finally giving way to the poison's effects. Thomas caught her just before she hit the floor, his heart racing with both old feelings and new fear. The antidote wasn't ready, and time was running out. You need to stay awake, Thomas said, supporting Elizabeth as she stirred back to consciousness. The antidote requires multiple stages, and I need your help. She blinked, forcing her eyes to focus. Then tell me what to do. He helped her to the workbench, keeping one arm around her waist as she swayed. First, we need to counteract the nightshade. Then, the monk's hood. But something's making them work together unusually well. As he worked, combining ingredients with swift precision, Elizabeth watched his hands. You were always good at this. Even in the castle gardens, you knew every plant's purpose. The poison's affecting your mind, he said quietly. It's making you speak thoughts you'd usually keep hidden. Truth serum, she managed, a weak laugh. Of course. They are clever. She gripped the bench as another wave of dizziness hit. Though, perhaps not as clever as they think. Thomas added crushed belladonna berries to his mixture, trying to focus on the task rather than her words. This first stage needs to simmer for exactly 7 minutes. Count with me. It'll help keep you alert. Remember how we used to count stars in the garden? The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Every night, until they called me back inside. He kept stirring, jaw tight. Elizabeth, I kept every letter you sent me, she continued, the truth serum loosening her tongue. Even after I had to stop replying. Father's orders, of course. A princess couldn't be seen corresponding with a commoner.
His voice was sharp, but his hands remained steady as he measured out the next ingredients. With anyone who made me happy. She reached for a jar he needed. They were afraid I'd choose differently. Choose you. The mixture bubbled, giving off purple steam. Thomas added powdered herbs, counting under his breath. You made your choice clear enough. Did I? Her voice crackled. Or did I just do what was expected? What they told me would keep you safe. He paused, looking at her properly for the first time since the revelation. Keep me safe. They threatened to have you removed from the city permanently. The truth spilled out like water. I couldn't be the reason. Thomas's hands stilled on the mortar. So you pushed me away instead. It seemed kinder than having you killed. She smiled bitterly. Though watching you leave nearly killed me anyway. The mixture turned a dangerous red. Thomas quickly added more herbs, forcing himself to focus. The monk's hood is reaching your heart. We need to work faster. She nodded, then stumbled. He caught her again, and for a moment, they were too close. Years of separation evaporating in shared breath. I never stopped, she whispered. The truth serum pulling words from her heart. Loving you, I mean. Thomas's hands tightened on her arms. Elizabeth, the poison is making me honest. Finally. She met his gaze steadily despite her weakness. Every time I heard news of your success, your healing work, I was so proud and so lonely. He helped her back to her chair, movements gentle despite his turmoil. We need to focus on saving your life. The past is right here. She interrupted. In this shop, with both of us finally speaking truth. The antidote bubbled, demanding attention. Thomas returned to his work, adding the final ingredients with trembling hands. If you survive this, what then? You're still a princess. I'm still the man I should have fought for. Her voice was growing weaker, but her words remained clear. Perhaps that's why I'm here. The poison brought me back to you, but the truth serum, that's showing me what I need to do next. The antidote turned a clear, bright blue. Thomas lifted it from the fire, heart pounding with more than just urgency. It's ready. But Elizabeth, the things you're saying are what I've wanted to say for years. She reached for the antidote with shaken hands. Now, are you going to help me live long enough to prove it? The final stage is complicated, Thomas said, holding the bright blue antidote. It requires blood from both of us, a binding agent. Elizabeth's eyes widened slightly. You mean blood magic? I wouldn't have thought you'd... I learned many things. After leaving, he replied, preparing a small knife. Some less orthodox than others.
candlelight cast dancing shadows as he carefully cut his palm, letting drops fall into the antidote. The liquid hissed and darkened. "Your turn," he said softly, offering her the knife. Their fingers brushed as she took it. "The truth serum's getting stronger," she warned. "Whatever I say next, then perhaps we should work quickly." But he didn't move away as she made her cut. Their blood mixing in the potion. The antidote began to glow, casting their faces in ethereal light. "There are positions," she said suddenly, words rushing out. "At court, a royal physician is needed. Someone trusted. Someone who could work closely with the princess." Thomas still. "Elizabeth, I've watched you build this," she gestured at his shop. "Your independence, your reputation. I know what I'm asking you to give up. Do you?" His voice was rough. "Last time I was at court was different. I was different." She gripped his arm, leaving a small, bloody handprint. "I'm not that scared girl anymore. I'm offering you a choice this time, not taking it away." The antidote pulsed between them, growing brighter. "And what of your court conspirators?" "They'll be dealt with. But I need..." She swayed slightly, poison still coursing through her. "I need someone I can trust. Someone who knows both medicine and truth." Thomas looked at their mixed blood in the glowing potion. Years of longing, warring with hard-earned wisdom. The court nearly destroyed us once. Then help me change it. Her eyes were bright. Not just as my physician, as my partner, The word hung unspoken between them as Thomas lifted the antidote. Drink first. Live. Then we'll discuss terms. She took the vial with trembling hands. I mean every word. Poison or no poison. I know, he said softly. That's what terrifies me. The antidote glowed brighter as she drank. Their mingled blood carrying healing through her veins. The purple traces of poison began to fade from her skin. But the truth serum's effects intensified. I dream of you, she confessed, words spilling out. Dreams of what could have been, of what still could be. Thomas turned away, checking her pulse. Professional mask slipping. Elizabeth, please. No, listen. She caught his hand. Their blood still mingling. I'm offering you more than a position. I'm offering you a way to stay. To be near me without suspicion. To help me make real change. And if I refuse, then I'll respect your choice. But know this. I'm not leaving your life again. Position or no position. I'll find ways to see you, to work with you, to... He pressed a finger to her lips, stopping the flow of truth. The antidote needs time to work. Rest. But she gripped his wrist, moving his hand away. No more waiting. No more silence. The poison brought me here. But this truth serum is making me brave. I love you, Thomas. Still. Always. And I'm tired of pretending duty means denying my heart. Thunder crashed outside as Thomas struggled with her words, with the reality of this moment. The princess he'd loved and lost, now offering him everything he'd ever dreamed of. But at what cost? Your life at the court, he began carefully. Your responsibilities will be easier with someone I trust at my side. She touched his face, her hand still bearing traces of their mingled blood. Someone who knows both healing and truth. Someone who can help me transform the court instead of being transformed by it. The antidote's glow was fading, but something else was growing stronger between them. Something that had survived years of separation, duty, and denial. Dawn comes soon, he said finally. The antidote will need watching through the night. She smiled, reading acceptance in his words. Then we have hours yet to plan our future. The storm raged outside, but inside the shop, truth and healing worked their magic as two hearts once torn apart found their way back to each other. Thomas hovered beside Elizabeth, watching the slow return of color to her cheeks. The antidote had finally purged the poison from her system. She breathed more easily now, though an exhausted tremor still ran through her limbs. That was close, he murmured, pressing the back of his hand to her forehead. The feverish heat had receded, leaving her skin cool and clammy. Another hour, and I might have been too late. She managed a small, wry smile. Then I owe you my life, again. He shook his head. You should rest. But even as she tried to lean back, her eyes darted around the apothecary, settling on her discarded armor. I can't stay here. My enemies will think they've won if I don't return to court. Thomas exhaled. You nearly died tonight. Give yourself time. She pushed herself upright. Time is exactly what I don't have. There's corruption in the palace. People who'd stop at nothing to see me out of the picture for good. If I'm gone too long, they'll move unopposed. Her gaze flicked to him. That's why I need you. He looked away
torn. I left to avoid these very intrigues. You know that better than anyone.
I do, she said softly. Finally, Thomas reached for her hand. If you return to court, you'll be in danger every moment. I'm in danger wherever I go. She met his eyes, determination etched on her face. All I can do is meet it head on, with help from someone I trust. The words set his heart pounding. What exactly do you want me to do? I'm offering you royal physician. I trust no one else with my health or the kingdom's. Thomas let out a long breath. The memory of the council's cold marble halls tightened his chest. That's a big step. You know how they'll talk if you bring me back. Then let them talk. The only thing I care about is whether you'll accept. He thought of the early years, when they were barely more than children, roaming the palace gardens, when he shouldn't have even been there. But he couldn't lose her again. Not like this. I'll do it. If it means I can keep you alive, and maybe root out the source of these attacks. I'll return to court. She squeezed his hand, a spark of that old warmth flaring between them. Thank you. I promise. This time, it'll be different. He helped her to her feet, and she tested her balance. The deep cut still twinged, but she stood taller with each breath, pressing one hand against fresh bandages. We need a plan. My father will demand answers about this wound. Thomas bent to retrieve her breastplate, carefully setting it on a table. We'll say you were ambushed outside the city walls. That's not far from the truth. As for the rest, we'll keep our findings to ourselves until we know who's behind the poison. She nodded, taking a measured step forward. Yes, we'll move quietly. Together. A faint pink light from the rising sun crept through the apothecary windows, illuminating the worn stone floor. The storm had blown over, leaving a hushed calm in its wake. Outside, a new day beckoned. Elizabeth met Thomas's gaze, and for a moment they were neither princess nor apothecary, but two souls who drifted apart and now stood on the brink of something new. She lifted her chin. Shall we? Thomas paused, letting the old fears and new hopes settle in his chest. Then he offered her a soft, resolute smile, the kind he once gave her as a boy. Lead the way, Your Highness. And side by side, they stepped out into the dawn. Despite the challenges awaiting them, palace conspiracies, suspicious courtiers, and the burden of old wounds, they carried a shared resolve to face it all together. For the first time in years, Thomas felt not only the pull of duty, but the promise of what might be if they dared to claim it. Sir Thomas Hawthorne sat cross-legged in his small canvas tent, listening to the relentless strumming of rain overhead. Outside, thunder rolled across the darkened forest, momentarily drowning out the steady dripping that had begun to leak through a worn section of fabric near the tent's entrance. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the cramped space, revealing his blood-stained armor piled in one corner and his faithful warhorse, Galahad, peering in through the partially open tent flap, water streaming from his dark mane. At least one of us should stay dry, Thomas said, gesturing for the massive horse to remain outside, though he wished for the warmth of the animal's body. The knight clutched his side, where a bandit's blade had slipped beneath his mail during the ambush hours earlier. The wound wasn't deep enough to be fatal, but in this weather, far from any village or keep, even minor injuries could turn dangerous. Another crack of thunder shook the forest. Galahad whined softly in response, pushing his muzzle further into the tent, as if checking on his master's condition. "I'm fine, old friend," Thomas lied, arranging his meager possessions in the small, dry space. His sword lay within arm's reach, still smeared with the blood of the bandits who'd attacked him. Beside it, his shield bore a new dent where he'd blocked a mace swing meant for his skull. his provisions, now reduced to a half loaf of bread and some dried meat, sat wrapped in oiled cloth. The wound at his side throbbed in time with the hammering rain, each beat sending fresh pain through his body. Thomas pressed a wadded section of his tunic against it, watching as the fabric slowly darkened. Not enough to indicate a mortal injury, but concerning nonetheless. In all his years as a knight, he had seen too many men succumb to wounds far less severe. "A fine predicament we find ourselves in," he told Galahad, who continued to watch him with intelligent eyes that somehow managed to convey both concern and patience. "Separated from our company, caught in this deluge, and me bleeding like a stuck pig." The horse snorted, as if in disagreement with his master's assessment. He then turned his head to look out into the storm before returning his gaze to Thomas. It was a gesture the knight had seen before. Usually when Galahad sensed something his human companion had missed. "What is it? Do you hear something? Something beyond the storm?" Thomas strained to listen, but could detect nothing over the constant drumming of rain, the periodic rumble of thunder. Most precious among his belongings was the map entrusted to him by Brother Ambrose at the monastery. The reason for his journey through these dangerous lands. The parchment contained the locations of several sacred sites known only to the monks, places that needed to be protected if the brewing war between rival lords spilled into these forests. Thomas had been charged with delivering this knowledge to the abbey on the far side of the mountains, where it would remain safe from the ambitions of the warring nobles. He carefully unwrapped the map from its oiled cloth covering, checking to ensure no moisture had penetrated its protection. The parchment remained dry, its markings clear and precise in the flickering light of the small oil lamp. Brother Ambrose's neat script identified key landmarks: monasteries, villages, rivers, and notable formations that might guide a traveler unfamiliar with these lands. Thomas traced their intended route with his finger, from the monastery where he'd received the map to the mountain abbey that was their destination. The ambush had occurred here, at a narrow place where the road between the two steep hills met. A perfect location for bandits to waylay travelers. Now he found himself where exactly? In the chaos that followed the attack, with his companions scattered or fallen, and his own flight throughout the unfamiliar forest, he had lost his precise bearings. Somewhere in this region, I'd wager, he muttered, indicating a densely forested area on the map's eastern edge. Not terribly far, of course. But in this condition, even a day's normal travel might prove challenging. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, and the knight flinched as pain shot through his side. He fumbled in his bag for bandages, knowing he needed to tend the wound before exhaustion overtook him. His fingers brushed against something unexpected. A small glass vial with contents that seemed to catch the momentary lightning glow. "Ah," he whispered, carefully withdrawing the container. "I'd nearly forgotten about this." You see, 3 days earlier, on the road leading from the monastery, Thomas had encountered a peculiar traveler, neither young nor old, clad in strange robes that seemed to blend with the forest. Something about this stranger had immediately captured his attention, and even Galahad, normally wary of unknown figures, had approached without hesitation. "A knight on an important journey," the traveler had said. "One who might need assistance when the path grows dark." They had offered the vial, describing it as a remedy for times when all other paths seemed closed, and Thomas had felt compelled to purchase it, despite his limited funds. Now, as the wound in his side throbbed in time with the thunder, he wondered if this qualified as such a time. The vial itself was curious. Made of glass so clear it seemed almost invisible, with a stopper carved from some pale wood he couldn't identify. Within, a liquid the color of amber in sunlight occasionally shifted and swirled, though he held it perfectly still. Thomas had seen many medicines and potions in his time. Herbal concoctions prepared by field surgeons, tinctures blessed by monastery healers, even mysterious elixirs peddled in marketplace stalls. None had looked quite like this. Just then, Galahad suddenly pushed more forcefully against the tent, nearly toppling the whole structure. The horse's behavior was unusual. He'd been trained for battle and rarely showed distress, even during the fiercest of storms. His massive head forced its way further inside, water dripping from his mane onto Thomas's already damp bedroll. "What troubles you?" Thomas asked, reaching out to stroke the horse's muzzle. Galahad's dark eyes seemed to focus on the vial in the knight's hand, and he nudged Thomas's arm, as if in encouragement. Outside, the rain intensified, a deluge now hammering the forest. The knight uncorked the vial and sniffed its contents cautiously. The liquid smelled of earth after rainfall, of crushed herbs, and something undefinable, something ancient, something powerful. A particularly violent crack of thunder shook the forest, so close it seemed to rattle Thomas's teeth, and in the same moment, Galahad pushed against his arm with surprising gentleness, causing the vial to tip toward his lips.
For emergencies, he reminded himself. And with Galahad watching, intently, he drank. The potion burned like fire going down, then spread a peculiar warmth throughout his body. The pain in his side immediately dulled, and a pleasant heaviness settled in his limbs. Thomas blinked as the interior of the tent seemed to shift and sharpen. Ordinary objects suddenly rendered in extraordinary detail. The weave of the canvas, the precise pattern of mud spatters on his boots, the intricate scrollwork on his sword's hilt that he'd never even fully appreciated before. This is some strange remedy, he murmured, examining the wound at his side. The bleeding has stopped, though the cut remained open. Potion was no miracle cure, but it might keep him alive until he reached proper health. Oil lamp's flame suddenly burned higher and brighter, though Thomas hadn't adjusted it. The increased light cast intricate patterns of shadow across the tent's interior, creating shapes that seemed almost deliberate in their formation. Spirals, whirls, reminded the knight of ancient stone carvings he'd once seen in a temple ruin. As another flash of lightning illuminated the tent, Thomas's attention fell upon the map spread before him. He blinked in confusion, certain his eyes were playing tricks. The ink on the parchment seemed to be moving. Thin lines of dark pigment shifted like liquid mercury across the surface, forming new paths and markings that hadn't been there before. Where once there had been simple indicators of monasteries and villages, now intricate symbols bloomed, spirals crossed lines, and small illustrations of standing stones and ancient trees. What sorcery is this? Thomas said,
leaning closer. The movement continued, lines extending and connecting to reveal hidden paths through the forests and mountains. Notes appeared in the margins, written in a script that seemed to shift between languages, sometimes resembling the Latin he knew from church services, other times appearing more ancient, with angular characters he'd never encountered. Yet, somehow, as he focused on these writings, their meaning became clear to him. Not through conventional understanding of the language, but through something deeper, more intuitive comprehension. Tales of ancient powers, of sacred places, where the boundary between worlds grew thin, of knowledge preserved from ages before the church claimed these lands. Most prominent among the new markings was a circle of standing stones, drawn in surprising detail considering the size of the map. It appeared to be located only a few leagues from his current position. Hidden in a valley he would have completely bypassed on his original route. Around this circle, the moving ink created an elaborate border of symbols that seemed to pulse with significance. Galahad whined loudly and pushed against the tent again, his large head now fully inside the small space. The horse's eyes were fixed on the transformed map, particularly on the stone circle. You see it too? Thomas asked. He had always suspected that Galahad possessed unusual intelligence, even for a warhorse. This was something else entirely. The horse now seemed not just aware of the map's transformation, but intensely interested in the stone circle it revealed. The strange markings indicated that the circle was ancient, far older than any church or castle in these lands. According to the shifting text, it had been constructed by people long forgotten, for purposes that blended worship with something more practical. A place of healing, connection with forces that flowed through the earth itself. Thomas studied the new markings carefully, trying to commit them to memory. According to the map, the stone circle lay to the east. Perhaps half a day's journey through difficult terrain. The moving ink had created annotations around it, and as he concentrated, Thomas found he could almost understand them. Phrases about healing stones and the Old One's magic, and doorways between worlds. Is this where we should be headed? Instead of the Abbey? He asked Galahad, who snorted as if in affirmation. The warhorse had always seemed to possess an intuition that bordered on the supernatural. Thomas recalled how, during his first battle, Galahad had suddenly swerved without command, saving him from an arrow that would have pierced his heart. How the horse had refused to cross a particular bridge despite all urging, only for the structure to collapse under another knight's weight moments later. How he always seemed to find water when they were lost, paths when they were needed most. Thomas hesitated. His duty was clear: deliver the map to the abbey as instructed. Brother Ambrose had emphasized the importance of this task. How the knowledge it contained needed to be preserved from the coming conflicts. Deviating from his mission for what might be nothing more than a potion-induced hallucination seemed foolish at best. A dereliction of duty at worst. And yet, the stone circle called to him, its pull almost physical. The strange traveler's words echoed in his mind. For times when all other paths seem closed. Perhaps this was what they had meant. Not just a remedy for his wound, but a revelation of alternatives when the obvious road forward was blocked. The map continued its transformation, revealing other hidden sites throughout the region. Sacred groves, caves marked with symbols of power, hilltops where ancient fires once burned. A web of connection seemed to link them all. Pathways of some energy or force that flowed through the land almost like invisible rivers. Outside, thunder crashed. Galahad remained steady, his gaze alternating between Thomas and the map. The horse had never led him astray, had saved his life more than once with uncanny intuition about danger. If Galahad thought the stone circle was important, perhaps, Thomas mused aloud, what matters is not just the monastery's knowledge, but these older truths as well. Sights the church might have overlooked or deliberately obscured. As a knight, Thomas had sworn oaths of loyalty to both Lord and Church. He attended Mass faithfully, confessed his sins, and fought against declared enemies of the faith. Yet, he had also witnessed things that challenged the priest's neat categorization of the world. Events that suggested reality contained more mystery than their sermons acknowledged. The ink's movement gradually slowed, then stopped altogether, leaving the map transformed. Thomas stared at it in wonder. trying to memorize as many details as possible. Then, even as he watched, the newly revealed markings began to fade. The stone circle remained visible longest, as if asserting its importance, before it too disappeared back into the ordinary parchment. Thomas carefully rolled the map, now showing its ordinary markings again, as the potion's immediate effects began to fade. The wound in his side still ached, but dully now, manageable, no blood. Outside, the storm showed no signs of abating, the rain falling in sheets that turned the forest floor to flowing rivulets.
"We'll rest here tonight," he told Galahad,
gently guiding the horse's head back outside.
"And in the morning, if the weather clears, we'll find this circle of stones."
The warhorse seemed satisfied with this decision, backing away from the tent entrance but remaining close, his large body providing some shelter from the wind that now drove the reins sideways. Thomas arranged his bedroll in the driest corner of the tent and extinguished his small oil lamp to conserve fuel. In the darkness, with only the occasional flash of lightning for illumination, he replayed the vision of the map in his mind, fixing the location of the stone circle and the path to reach it. As he drifted toward sleep, lulled by the rhythm of the rain and the potion's lingering warmth, he could have sworn he heard voices in the thunder, ancient and powerful, speaking in a language he didn't understand but somehow recognized, as if it resonated with something buried deep in his blood and bones. His last conscious thought was of Galahad watching over him, and of stone sentinels waiting in a valley, standing as they had for centuries through countless storms like this one, patient and eternal. Thomas awoke to silence, so profound after the night's tempest that it briefly disoriented him. Light filtered through the canvas of his tent, not the harsh glare of direct sunlight, but the soft, diffused glow of early morning. His wound throbbed dully as he sat up. The fever he had feared hadn't materialized.
"Small mercies,"
he murmured, pressing a hand to the injury. The bleeding had stopped completely, though the cut would need proper tending when he reached civilization. Outside, Galahad nickered softly, and Thomas could hear the horse moving around the clearing. The sound of water dripping from leaves provided the only counterpoint to the morning stillness. The storm had passed, leaving the forest washed and clean and quiet. Thomas reached for the map, unrolling it carefully on the ground before him. In the morning light, it appeared perfectly ordinary. The same parchment Brother Ambrose had entrusted to him, showing the major landmarks, monasteries, and villages of the region. No mysterious stone circle, no hidden paths or ancient symbols. Had it all been a fever dream? A hallucination brought on by the strange potion and his wounded state? And yet, he could recall every detail with perfect clarity. The precise location of the stone circle, the path leading to it, even some of the symbols that had appeared around its margins. Dream or vision, the memory remained vivid and compelling. Galahad's shadow fell across the tent. The warhorse stood waiting, already alert and ready to travel despite the long, stormy night. There was an expectant quality to his stance. His head turned slightly eastward, toward where Thomas remembered the stone circle would be. "You still think we should seek it out, don't you?" Thomas asked, beginning to gather his belongings. The horse snorted and pawed at the ground once more, decisively. Thomas considered his options. His original mission remained urgent. The map needed to reach the abbey before the conflict between the rival lords engulfed the region. And yet, his wound would slow him, making the mountain crossing dangerous in his current state. If the stone circle held some truth to the healing properties hinted at in his vision, perhaps seeking it out wasn't a detour, but a necessity. "Very well," he said, folding the map, tucking it securely inside his tunic close to his heart. "We'll find your stone circle." He strapped on his sword belt and checked his provisions. The bread had remained mostly dry, enough to sustain him for another day at least. His water skin needed refilling, but after the night's downpour, finding clean water wouldn't be difficult. Thomas examined his armor, still blood-stained and mud sputtered from yesterday's ambush. The weight would aggravate his wound, and the day promised to be warm. After a moment's consideration, he left the heavier pieces packed, donning only the mail shirt for minimal protection. The task of breaking camp took longer than usual, his movements hampered by injury. Throughout, Galahad remained unusually attentive, standing close as if ready to offer support should Thomas falter. "I'm not dying yet, old friend," the knight assured him. The horse's concern touched him deeply. They had been through much together over the years. More than once, Thomas attended Galahad's wounds after combat. Now the role seemed reversed. The warhorse was watching over his injured master. As Thomas prepared to collapse the small tent, he paused, suddenly reluctant. Despite the discomfort of the night, the leaking canvas, the hard ground, the constant noise of the storm, the tent had been a sanctuary of sorts. Within its confines, it experienced something extraordinary, something that defied rational explanation. He ran his fingers over the worn fabric, feeling the lingering dampness from the rain. In this simple shelter, boundaries had thinned the world he knew, and something older. Something powerful enough to make ink move, and ancient languages become momentarily comprehensible. Perhaps there is more magic in the world than the church would have us believe, he said softly to Galahad, who watched him with those intelligent dark eyes. Perhaps we merely need the right circumstances to perceive it. Thomas settled cross-legged once more in the center of the tent, taking a moment to center himself before the journey ahead. A stone circle beckoned, a mystery revealed by storm and potion. What would he find there? Healing for his wound? Some ancient power in aid to his mission? Or merely a collection of weather-worn rocks, significant only in his potion-induced vision? Only one way to find out. He closed his eyes briefly, recalling the precise route shown on the transformed map. East through the forest for several miles, then following a stream that wound between two hills into a secluded valley. There, according to his vision, the stones waited in their eternal circle. When he opened his eyes again, his path forward felt clear for the first time since the ambush. Whether the circle was real or imagined, the journey there would at least bring him closer to inhabited lands, where he might find proper healing before continuing to the Abbey. And if there is some truth to this vision, he told Galahad, if the stones hold some power of healing or protection, perhaps that knowledge deserves preservation as much as what's contained in this map. Thomas gathered the last of his resolve, crawled to the tent entrance, where morning light and his faithful companion waited. The forest beyond glistened with raindrops, each one catching the sun to create countless tiny rainbows among the leaves. The air smelled clean and rich, of wet earth, growing things and possibilities. Come on then, Galahad, he said, still within the shelter of his tent. Let's find this circle of stone. The warhorse lowered his head in what almost appeared to be a bow, his readiness evident in every line of his powerful body. Together, they would seek out this hidden place, guided by a vision granted in the depths of night and storm, following ancient paths revealed by a traveler's potion and a faithful steed's intuition. Thomas took one last look around the tent's interior, committing to memory this unremarkable space where remarkable things had occurred. Then, with renewed purpose and Galahad's steadfast presence beside him, he prepared to step out and journey to the stones. A sorceress once had 3 sons who loved each other with brotherly affection. The old woman did not trust them. She thought they would rob her of her power. So she turned the eldest into an eagle who lived on top of a rocky mountain and was often seen whirling round in great circles or soaring high in the heavens. She changed the second son into a whale who lived in the deep sea. And at times there would be seen a mighty stream of water rising in the air, which the whale spurted up like a water sprout. Each of the brothers, however, had the privilege of resuming their own natural forms for 2 hours each day. The third son, who feared that his mother might turn him into a wild beast, such as a bear or a wolf, went away secretly from home. He had heard, also, that in a beautiful castle called the Castle of the Golden Sun lived a beautiful princess who was under the spell of the sorcerer, and he longed to set her free. He knew, however, that to do this, he must risk his life, for already 23 young men had met with most terrible deaths in the attempt. And since the last of that number fell a victim, none had dared to venture near the spot. But the young man's heart knew no fear. So he determined to go and seek the castle of the Golden Sun. He had been traveling for a long time without finding it, when he came to a great forest, in which he wandered about till he lost his way. All at once, he saw in the distance 2 giants who beckoned to him with their hands. And when he approached, they asked him what he was doing there
told them that he had lost his way. "Oh," replied one, "we can soon show you. We know every corner of the forest, but you must help us in something first. We are both equally strong, and neither can overcome the other. And we have been fighting for a little hat, which is to belong to the one who conquers. Now, you little men are as clever as we are, and therefore we will let you decide who is to have it." "How can I fight with you for an old hat?" replied the youth. "Ah," they replied, "you call it old. You don't know its value. It is what is called a wishing hat, and whoever puts it on can wish himself where he will, and in a moment he is there." "Give me the hat," said the young man. "I will go on a little way, and when I call you must both run a race to overtake me. And whoever reaches me first, to him that hat shall belong." The giants agreed, and the youth, taking the hat, put it on and went away. But he was thinking so much of the princess that he forgot the giants and the hat, and continued to go farther and farther without calling them. Presently he sighed, and he said, "Ah, if I were only at the castle of the golden sun." The words were scarcely out of his mouth when he found himself on a high mountain, and before him stood the castle of the golden sun. He stepped in through the open door and went from room to room, till he came at last to one in which the princess sat. But how shocked he was when he saw her. She had a complexion as grey as ashes. Her face was wrinkled, her eyes dim, and her hair red. "Are you the king's daughter?" beauty is so renowned?" he cried. "Ah," she replied, "this is not my own shape. The eyes of mankind can only see me in this hideous form and appearance, for I am under a spell. If, however, you wish to know what I really am, you must look in the mirror, which never allows itself to be mistaken, but represents my image truthfully. She gave him, as she spoke, a looking glass, and he saw in it the representation of a beautiful maiden. As the world once knew her, with the tears of sorrow running down her cheeks. "Tell me how to set you free," said the young man. "I shrink from no danger." She replied, "Whoever can obtain a crystal ball and hold it before the sorcerer will destroy his power, and I shall instantly regain my proper form and freedom. But," she continued, "so many have already lost their lives in the attempt, and it really pains me to think that your young blood should flow. If you venture to encounter such a dangerous undertaking." "Nothing shall hinder me," he replied. "Only tell me what I am to do." "You shall know all," said the princess. "Now listen. You must climb to the top of the mountain upon which this castle stands, and there you will find a wild buffalo standing by a spring. With him, you must fight, and if you are so fortunate as to kill him, a phoenix will rise out of his dead body. This creature you must also destroy, and in it you will find a red hot egg. And if you break it, instead of a yolk will be seen the crystal ball. But you must be careful not to let the egg fall on the ground. If you do, it will immediately ignite and burn up everything near it. The egg also will melt, and with it the crystal ball, so that all your trouble will be lost. The youth, on hearing this, did not delay a moment. He went out and found the buffalo at the spring, snorting and billowing. The combat, however, did not last long, for after 2 or 3 thrusts with his sword, the animal lay dead at the young man's feet. In a moment, there rose a fiery bird from the buffalo's body, who attempted to fly away. But the eagle, the youth's brother, who had been changed by the sorceress, and who was flying in the air above their heads, darted swiftly down, drove the bird towards the sea, and so wounded it with its beak that in her distress she dropped the egg. It did not fall into the sea, but on a fisherman's little hut, which stood on the shore, and immediately the hut and all around it were in flames. At this moment, there rose from the sea an immense stream of water, which fell on the hut and quickly extinguished the fire. The second brother, the whale, while swimming that way, had also been able to assist the youth by squirting up the water, as whales do. No sooner was the fire extinguished than the young man searched among the embers for the egg, and luckily found it, safe and perfect. It had not melted, but the sudden rush of the cold water had broken the shell, and he could easily remove the crystal ball. The youth went immediately to the sorcerer and held the ball before him. "My power is now destroyed," he said, "and you are the king of the castle of the Golden Sun. You can also restore your brothers to their natural forms whenever you like." The young man, on hearing this, hastened to the princess, and on entering her chamber, she stood before him in the full blaze of her beauty. Then, with joyful hearts, they exchanged rings with each other and swore eternal love. There was once a man and his wife who had only one child, and they lived in a far-away, pleasant valley quite alone. It happened one day that the mother went into the wood to gather fir twigs, and she took her little son Hans with her. It was in the springtime, and the boy, who was about 2 years old, ran about the wood and plucked the many-colored flowers in all the happiness of childhood. Suddenly, there sprang out upon them from the bushes 2 robbers. They seized the mother and the child and carried them away into the depths of the forest, in which from year to year no human being ever penetrated. In vain, the poor woman entreated the robbers to let her and her child go. They had hearts of stone and would not listen to her prayers, but led them both away. After dragging them through dust and thorn bushes for nearly 2 hours, they came to a rock in which there was a door, and the robber knocked. It was very quickly opened, and after passing through a long dark passage, they came into a large cave, which was lighted by a fire burning on the hearth. On the sides of the cave hung swords and daggers and other instruments which glittered in the firelight, and in the middle stood a black table at which sat 4 other robbers gambling, and one of these was the robber chief. He came forward when he saw the woman, addressed her kindly, and told her to be at peace and without anxiety, for that no one should hurt her in this cave. All he required her to do was to take care of the housekeeping for them, and if everything was kept in order, her position would not be so bad after all. Then they gave her something to eat, pointed to a bed in which she and her child could sleep. Now the woman remained for many years with the robbers, while Hans grew tall and strong. His mother told him stories and taught him to read from an old book of chivalry which she had found in the cave. When Hans was about 9 years old, he made himself a good strong club from a fir branch and hid it behind his bed. He then went to his mother and said, "Dear mother, do tell me just once where my father is. I want to see him so much." But his mother was silent. She would not tell him, because she feared it would create in him a longing for home. And she knew the wicked robbers would not let him go away from the cave. Yet she felt heartbroken to think that Hans could not go to his father. That night, when the robbers came home from their maraudering, Hans fetched his club, and placing himself before the robber chief, he exclaimed, "I want to know where my father is. And if you won't tell me, I will knock you down." The chief just laughed, gave Hans such a box on the ear that he rolled under the table like a ball. Hans got up quickly without a word, but he thought to himself, "I will wait another year before I ask again. I shall manage better next time." The year passed away, and Hans prepared himself for another attempt. So he fetched his club, whisked off a little dust from it, and examining it carefully, said, "It is a brave, clever little club." At night, the robbers came home in good spirits, for they brought with them such a large booty that at supper they drank a great deal of wine, bottle after bottle, till at last their heads began to droop, and their eyes to be heavy. Then Hans took up his club, and standing boldly before them asked again where his father was. The chief gave him such a tremendous box on the ear that he rolled quite under the table, but he was up again in a moment and struck such rapid blows right and left amongst them all, which they were too tipsy to resist, and he very soon had them on the ground, unable to move arm or leg. His mother stood in the corner watching him, full of wonder at her boy's bravery and strength. When his work was finished, he went to his mother and said, "I have been in earnest this time, and now I must know where my father is." "Dear Hans," she replied,
We will go and search till we find him. They took the key of the long passage leading to the door from the pocket of the chief, and Hans fetched a great flour sack, into which they packed gold and silver, and many other beautiful things which they found, till the bag was full, and then the boy took it on his back. When they left the cave, the change from the darkness almost put out his eyes. But presently he got used to the daylight and the green wood, the bright flowers, the song of the birds. The glorious sun shining in the sky delighted the boy's heart. He stood looking around him with astonishment, as if he could not understand it. But his mother led him away, and for around 2 hours they wandered about before they could find the road to their cottage. At last, they arrived, fortunately, at the lonely valley, and there it stood before them, and the father of Hans was sitting at the door. When he recognized his wife and heard that Hans was his son, he wept for joy, for he had long supposed that they were both dead. Hans, however, although he was only 12 years old, was a head taller than his father. They went together into the little room, but as soon as Hans laid the sack on a bench, the walls of the house began to crack. The bench broke first, and then the floor, so that the heavy sack sank through into the cellar below. "Bless me," cried the father. "What are you doing, Hans? Why is the house falling about our ears?" "Never mind, father," said the youth. "Don't let any gray hairs grow over that trouble. There is in my bag more than enough to pay for building a new house." As it seemed dangerous to remain in the old house, Hans and his father quickly began to build a new one. Then they had cattle to purchase and land to buy, and housekeeping to provide. So they had plenty to do. Hans cultivated the fields, and when he followed the plough and guided it through the ground, the oxen had scarcely any weight to draw,
He was so strong. The next spring, Hans asked his father to keep the money he had brought from the robber's cave and said that all he wanted was a heavy walking stick to take with him on his travels, as he intended to visit distant lands. The wished-for walking stick was soon ready, and Hans quitted his father's house and journeyed on till he came to a dark, woody forest. Presently, he heard a cracking of branches in one of the trees, and looking up, he saw a great overgrown fellow winding and twisting a cord round a fir tree and bending the tree as if it had been a willow twig. "Hi," cried Hans. "What are you about up there?" "Oh," replied the man, "I gathered the twigs yesterday. Now I mean to pull down the whole tree." "I like that," thought Hans. "He has plenty of strength, I see." So he called out to him, "Leave the tree alone and come with me." The man clambered down at this request, and when he stood by Hans, he was a head taller, although Hans was a big fellow himself. "You should be called Fur Twister," said Hans, as they went away together. After traveling some distance, they heard such violent knocking and hammering that at every stroke the earth trembled, and as they walked, they saw an enormous rock, before which stood a giant, striking off large pieces of rock with his fist. Hans asked him what he was doing, and he replied, "When I want to sleep at night, the bears and wolves and all sorts of wild animals come sniffing and yelping round me, and they will not let me close my eyes. So, I am going to make a cave in this rock, that I may lie at night in peace." "This fellow may suit me," thought Hans. So he said, "Leave your house building and go with me, and you shall be called Rock Splitter." The man was quite willing, so the three rambled on through the wood together, and wherever they came, the wild animals fled in terror from their path. One evening, they saw before them an forsaken castle on a rising ground, up which they ascended, and entering the great hall, they laid themselves down and slept. The next morning, Hans went out into the garden, which was quite a wilderness full of thorns and briars. Suddenly, from amidst the brushwood, a wild boar sprung upon him. But Hans lifted his staff, and with one blow laid him dead at his feet. Then he took the dead animal on his shoulder and carried him into the castle. They roasted a portion of the flesh for dinner and enjoyed themselves, feeling quite content, for they had now sufficient food to last for some time. After this, they agreed among themselves that two should go out hunting every day, and each take it in turns to stay at home and cook their meals. The first day, the fur twister remained at the old castle, while Hans and the rock splitter went to hunt. While the fur twister was in the kitchen, busy at his cooking, there came a little weathered up old man to the castle and demanded meat. "Be off, you little scamp," he cried. "You will get no meat from me." To the astonishment of the fur twister, the little insignificant-looking old man sprang upon him, and before he could prevent him, beat him so terribly that he fell to the ground and gasped for breath. But the little man did not go away till he had vented his rage upon him. When the two others returned home, the fur twister did not tell them of the little man, nor the dreadful thrashing he had given him. He thought, when they remain at home, they must take their chance with the little wretch, as well as I. And this thought gave him great pleasure. The following day, the rock splitter remained at home. The same visitor made his appearance. When the little man found the meat again refused, he attacked the rock splitter in the same way, and beat and overpowered him as he had done the other. At last, the day came for Hans to stay at home, and though the others knew what he would have done to endure, they both remained silent and thought Hans ought to taste the soup as well as they. Hans was very busy preparing the dinner in the kitchen, not expecting any visitors. Presently, as he stood skimming the pot at the fire, in walked the little man, demanded at once a piece of meat. The poor little wretch is hungry, thought Hans. I will give him my share, that the others may not come short. So he offered him a piece of meat. As soon as the dwarf devoured it, he asked for more. And the good-natured Hans gave him some a second time and said, "This is a beautiful piece, and you must be contented with it." But the dwarf asked for a third supply, and when Hans refused, the wicked little wretch was just going to spring upon him and serve him as he had served the other two. But he was mistaken this time. Hans, without much exertion, gave him 2 such severe cuts that he rushed down the steps of the castle in surprise and fright. Hans, in his haste to run after him, fell down and rolled over and over, so that he lost time. And when he had recovered himself, the dwarf was far away. Hans followed him, however, quickly, and saw him slip into a rocky cave. So after taking particular notice of the place, he returned home. The other two, when they reached the castle, were astonished to see Hans quite well and unhurt. But he told them all what had happened. Then they could not any longer be silent about the dwarf's visits and how he had treated them all. Hans laughed, and he said, "It served you right. Why should you have been so greedy with your meat? But still, it is too bad to think that such great fellows as you should have been thrashed by a dwarf." However, they all determined to punish the little wretch, now they knew where to find him. So, they took a large basket and a strong cord and went to the cave in the rocks, into which the dwarf had slipped. They first let Hans down by a rope in a basket with his club staff, and when he reached the ground, he saw a door which he opened, and in a kind of room sat a most beautiful young lady, more beautiful than Hans had ever seen, and near her stood the dwarf, grinning at him like a baboon. The poor young lady was bound with fetters, and she looked at Hans so sadly that he was touched with pity for her and thought, I must free her from the power of this wicked dwarf. He turned quickly, and with one stroke of his heavy walking staff, the little wretch fell to the ground, dead. Immediately the fetters dropped from the maiden, and Hans was enraptured with her beauty. She told him that she was a king's daughter who had been stolen from her home by a wicked count, and by him made a prisoner in this rocky cave, with the dwarf to keep guard over her, and terribly he oppressed and tormented her. Upon hearing this, Hans placed the maiden in the basket and called to his companions to draw her up. The basket came down again, but Hans did not quite trust his fellow travelers. For, thought he, they have been already false in not telling me of the dwarf's visits, and who knows, they may have some design against me. So he placed his heavy staff in the basket, and it was fortunate for him that he did so, for when the basket was halfway up, they let go the cord, and if Hans had really been sitting in it, he must have been dashed to pieces. It was, however, still a sad difficulty for him to get out of that deep place, and ponder as he might, there seemed no way of escape. It is very hard, he said to himself, to know that I must stay here and be starved. But as he wondered, he came again to the room in which the young lady had been sitting, and saw on the finger of the dead dwarf a ring, sparkling and glittering. He drew off the ring and placed it on his own finger, and as he turned it round, he suddenly heard a rushing sound over his head. He looked up and
and saw a spirit of the air hovering over him, who said he was his master and asked him what his commands were. Hans felt at first quite bewildered, but on saying he wished to be drawn up out of that cave, in a moment he was obeyed, and it appeared to him as if he flew. When he reached the top, none of his companions were to be seen, and on going to the old castle, he found it empty. The fir twister and the rock splitter had gone away and taken the beautiful lady with them. Hans directly turned his ring on his finger, and the spirit of the air appeared and told him that his two companions were on the sea. Hans ran with all his might down to the seashore and was just in time to see at a distance a boat in which his false companions were rowing away as fast as they could. In his violent rage, and without a thought, he jumped into the water, still carrying his heavy staff, and attempted to swim after them. But the weight of his staff dragged him down, and he was on the point of sinking when he thought about the ring. The moment he turned it around, the spirit of the air appeared and carried him with the speed of lightning to the boat. He sprang in, and with 2 or 3 blows of his staff, he gave his false companions the reward they deserved, and threw them into the water. He then rowed away quickly with the princess, whom he had twice rescued, and on reaching the shore, he at once took her home to her father and mother, who were full of joy at finding her still alive and well. And Hans married that beautiful princess and lived ever after in the greatest happiness. The storm-weighted clouds pressed low against the horizon as Captain James Hook stood at the helm of the Jolly Roger. His gleaming instruments spread before him like offerings to some ancient god. The brass sextant caught what little moonlight penetrated the gloom, its markings precise and scientific, unlike the half-burned journal that lay open beside it. Its pages filled with his father's desperate scrawls about an island that defied nature's laws. "Captain," his quartermaster called through the wind, "the men are restless. 3 months at sea, chasing fairy lights and children's tales." Hook didn't turn. His eyes remained fixed on the compass needle, which had begun to spin with increasing violence as they pushed deeper into these uncharted waters. The motion seemed almost deliberate, as if something vast and ancient was toying with the laws of magnetism itself. "Fairy lights, you say?" Hook's voice carried the sharp edge of obsession. "Tell me then, Mr. Hawkins, why does every instrument on this ship suggest we're approaching something that, by all rights, shouldn't exist?" As if in answer, a flicker of impossible brightness darted past his logbooks. Hook's hand shot out, quick as a snake, but the light danced away, leaving only a trace of glittering dust across his scientific papers. His crew gasped, but Hook's expression remained calculating. He rubbed the dust between his fingers, already mentally cataloguing its properties. "Plot a course northwest," he ordered, studying the residue's faint glow. "Whatever force disrupts our instruments grows stronger in that direction." His father's mad writings had been right after all. There was something out there, something that merged magic with material science in ways that demanded investigation and exploitation. The crew muttered their dissent, but Hook paid them no mind. Let them whisper to mutiny. Soon enough, they'd see that every league traveled, every storm weathered, had been in service of something far greater than mere piracy. His father had died trying to prove Neverland's existence. Hook would do more than prove it. He would master it. High in the heart of Neverland, ancient trees wove their branches into natural chambers, where the Fairy Council gathered in an emergency session. 12 seats of twisted moonflower formed a circle, each occupied by a fairy elder whose wings cast shadows across the wooden walls. Only the 13th seat remained empty. Its occupant, Tinkerbell, stood before them, her golden light pulsing with urgency. "The human ship grows closer," she reported, her voice carrying notes of warning and fascination. "Their instruments are unlike anything we've seen before. The captain, he's found ways to detect our barriers." Queen Clarion rose, her wings catching starlight. "Then we have no choice. It has been decided. The dark storm must be summoned." A collective shudder passed through the chamber. Several younger fairies clutched their wings close, as if already feeling phantom raindrops. The dark storm was ancient magic, forbidden magic. The kind that left scars. Tinkerbell darted to a dusty shelf, pulling free a scroll she'd discovered in the archives. "Wait, there's another way. This prophecy speaks of a human champion, one whose belief could strengthen our natural defenses without corrupting the island's magic." "Foolishness," spat the Minister of Winter, frost spreading from his fingers. "Humans destroy everything they touch. Their weapons turn iron against our magic. Their disbelief weakens our essence, our very existence." But Tinkerbell persisted, her light steady and determined. "If we unleash the dark storm, we risk becoming what we fear. island's heart is pure belief. How can we protect that with darkness? But the council had already turned away, gathering the black seeds and midnight dew required for their ritual. Tinkerbell watched them, her heart heavy with the knowledge that they were about to make a terrible mistake. In the soft light of dawn, Tinkerbell hovered before a delicate demonstration she'd arranged. Iron filings scattered across a leaf, a miniature flash of gunpowder, and a shard of steel that gleamed dangerously. Each item represented a threat that fairies, with their diminutive size, couldn't hope to counter directly. We need someone who can stand against Hook physically. Her mind wandered to a memory she'd never shared with the council. A memory of watching human children play in London's parks. Their laughter, she thought, carried the same pure magic that powered Neverland itself. The decision crystallized like morning dew. And so, gathering her most precious tools, pouch of fairy dust, compass attuned to belief rather than north, Tinkerbell made her preparations. The council would be distracted with their dark ritual for hours yet. Time enough to slip away, to find the right human, someone whose heart still held room for wonder. And as she darted toward the barrier between worlds, a shooting star streaked overhead. In Neverland, such signs were never mere coincidence. Tinkerbell took it as a blessing and confirmation, even as the weight of betraying her people settled heavy on her little wings. Sometimes, she reasoned, one had to break rules to protect what mattered most. The London orphanage stood like a grey smudge against greyer skies, its windows reflecting nothing but the endless drizzle that kept the children inside. In the cramped dormitory, Smee's voice carried above the rain, painting pictures of adventure that transformed the dreary space into something magical. And there I was, sailing through a hurricane with nothing but a broken compass and my wits. The 17-year-old's hands moved animatedly as younger children gathered around his bed, their eyes wide with wonder. Young Smee's stories were their escape, their nightly ritual. And in the shadows by the window, a 14-year-old boy called Peter sat cross-legged, his sketchbook balanced on his knees. His charcoal moved swiftly, capturing Smee's expressions, the children's rapt faces, adding details that existed only in his imagination. Ships riding impossible waves, creatures lurking in storm clouds. Peter rarely spoke, but his drawings spoke volumes about the worlds he saw beneath the surface of Smee's tales. "Tell us about the mermaids again," a small boy pleaded. But the request was interrupted by heavy footsteps in the hall. Smee immediately shifted from storyteller to protector, ushering the young ones to their beds before the matron could catch them up past curfew. It was in this moment that Tinker Bell first saw them both. Smee's natural leadership, his instinct to shield others, and Peter's quiet intensity, the way his eyes seemed to catch light that wasn't there. She had followed the pull of belief to this place, expecting to find one possible champion. Instead, she found two very different kinds of faith. Smee's practical courage and Peter's hidden wonder. Settling invisibly near the ceiling's corner, she watched as young Smee performed his nightly ritual of checking on each child, tucking blankets tighter, whispering reassurances. Peter remained by the window, adding final touches to his sketches. Tinker Bell's decision seemed clear. Young Smee's strength, his leadership, his protective nature. Surely these were the qualities needed to stand against Hook. And Hook's ship drew closer with each passing hour. And so, it was that night Tinkerbell emerged from the shadows, her glow casting Smee's determined face in gold. I've seen you. I've seen you watching, he said, his voice low, trying to avoid waking the others. 3 nights now. And I've watched you protect them, Tinkerbell replied, gesturing to the sleeping children. My home needs the same protection. An evil pirate approaches Neverland with weapons that could destroy us all. Pirates. Smee's eyes lit up, then darkened. You mean real pirates? Not like my stories? No, not like your stories. Far more real and far more dangerous. We need a human champion. Someone with courage and belief. She showed him some of the shimmering fairy dust. Will you help us? From his window perch, Peter's charcoal moved silently across paper, capturing the scene in swift strokes. Only his drawings revealed what neither Smee nor Tinkerbell noticed: how the scattered fairy dust fell lifeless around Smee, but danced, glittering near Peter's quiet breathing. And so, in the attic's dusty quiet, Tinkerbell guided Smee through his first lessons. The wooden sword Tinkerbell made caught moonlight as Smee moved it around. His natural protective instincts translating smoothly into swordplay. Tinkerbell grew excited. Yes, your form is excellent, she praised, watching him parry an invisible opponent. Now, for the harder part. She sprinkled fairy dust across Smee's shoulders, the golden particles catching in his dark hair. Think of something joyful, a perfect moment, and let yourself rise into the air. Smee's face screwed up in concentration, but his feet remained planted. dust sparkled briefly before falling dead around his boots. He tried again and again, each failure etching deeper lines of frustration across his face. And in the shadows behind a stack of trunks, Peter watched, gathering fallen fairy dust in an old thimble. His own experiments were private, conducted in the hollow hours before dawn, when even Smee slept. A week passed by, Smee's swordwork growing stronger, while his feet stayed earthbound. Then, one night, as moon shadows stretched across the attic floor, a new fairy darted through a broken shingle. Her wings were the green-gold markings of Neverland's scout corps. Her expression grave as she whispered urgently to Tinkerbell. Hook's ship has almost breached the outer mists, the scout reported, her green-gold wings trembling. The council's dark storm grows stronger by the hour. If you're to act, Tinkerbell, it must be now. Smee redoubled his efforts. Sweat beating on his forehead as fairy dust continued to fall uselessly around him. I can do this, he insisted, though doubt threaded through his voice. Just give me more time. There is no more time, Tinkerbell replied, her light dimming slightly. We'll have to trust your sword arm will be enough, and hope, surrounded by the magic of Neverland, that you will be able to fly. She turned to the scout. Prepare for our departure. Tonight. As they discussed the logistics, Peter's fingers moved across his sketchbook, capturing the urgency of the moment. But his true focus lay on the thimble of fairy dust beside him. In the moonlight, its contents rose and fell like tiny waves, responding to the quiet certainty in his heart that magic was real. It had to be. He could feel it. He could feel it in every line he drew. Smee squared his shoulders, trying to hide his fear of failure. When do we leave, Tink? At midnight. answered. When the barrier between worlds is thinnest, none of them noticed the small, perfect sphere of fairy dust floating behind the trunks, held aloft by a belief as natural as breathing. Hold tight, Tinkerbell instructed, her golden light enveloping Smee as she lifted him from the orphanage window. Peter watched them rise, his sketchbook forgotten in his lap, as his best friend Smee ascended into the starry sky above. They soared over London's chimney tops, Smee clutching Tinkerbell's hand with white-knuckled terror. Despite her small size, fairy magic let her carry him as easily as a leaf on the wind. Below them, Peter's upturned face grew smaller until it was lost in the city's smoky darkness. The journey to Neverland bent space and time, reality folding like paper, until they burst through a curtain of mist into a world of impossible beauty. Floating mountains pierced the clouds, beaches glowed with starlight, and forests pulsed with hidden magic. But wonder quickly gave way to frustration as Tinkerbell set Smee down in a hidden glade. "Now you try," she said, scattering fresh fairy dust over his shoulders. "Just believe, Smee." But no matter how hard he concentrated, Smee's feet remained anchored to the ground. Each failure scattered more fairy dust into the grass, while above them, dark storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed. Thunder rolled, not just from the council's dark magic storm, but from Hook's ship, testing the island's barriers with cannon fire. The sound made Tinkerbell's wings shudder as she watched Smee's 100th attempt to fly end in failure. The luminous flowers around them closed their petals at his approach, sensing his lack of magic, lack of belief. Each attempt drove the truth deeper. All his courage meant nothing without that essential spark of belief. I don't understand, Smee panted. Fairy dust falling dead around his boots. Back home, I could always protect them. I knew what to do. It's not about understanding, Tinkerbell said, her light flickering anxiously. She glanced once again at the darkening sky. Above them, the council's storm clouds gathered faster, their edges tinged with an unnatural purple. It's about feeling, about trusting in something bigger than yourself. But trust had died in young Smee years ago, buried alongside his parents. He'd learned to rely on tangible things, strength, wit, action rather than faith. Meanwhile, unknown to them both, back in London, Peter lay awake in his bed, watching his collected fairy dust dance in patterns across his palm, responding to the quiet certainty in his heart that magic was real. I need to take you home, Tinkerbell urged, watching dark magic crackle through the storm clouds above. Purple lightning illuminated the shoreline where they stood, casting unnatural shadows across Smee's frustrated face. This was a mistake. The council storm. It's corrupting everything it touches. Now you realize, Smee's voice cracked with bitterness. After dragging me across worlds to be your perfect champion, the dark magic is spreading faster than I thought. Please, let me take you back to London before what? Before I fail again. He gestured at the dead fairy dust scattered around his feet. Look at me, Tink. Really look. I'm not what you wanted. Not what you need. Thunder rolled across the water as purple lightning split the sky. The waves grew choppy, reflecting the turbulent magic above. Near the shore, a small boat rocked against its mooring. Smee, wait. He strode toward the boat, untying its delicate rope with rough movements. I'm done trying to be something I'm not. You should have chosen someone else. Someone who still believes in fairy tales. No, Smee, the storm will destroy you. It's better than staying here, watching your world reject me over and over again. He shoved the little boat into the waves, jumping aboard with practiced ease. I hope you find your champion. I hope they have what I don't. Tinkerbell moved to follow, but moonlight suddenly solidified into spears around her. Fairy guards materialized from the shadows, their armor gleaming with ancient magic, their expressions cold as winter frost. Tinkerbell, their captain announced. By order of the council, you are under arrest for treason against Neverland, for the crime of bringing a human to our shores, for defying the council's direct orders, and for endangering the very heart of our realm. As they bound her wings with spider silk, that horrible, sticky substance that nullified fairy magic, she watched Smee's boat disappear into the mist. The last glimpse of her chosen champion, sailing away with her hopes of saving the island. Behind her, the guards whispered among themselves about her punishment. Exile, perhaps, or worse, the stripping of her magic entirely. But Tinkerbell could barely hear them over the storm. The fairy council chambers thrummed with dark energy as Tinkerbell stood bound, spider silk dulling her golden light. Through gaps in the ancient tree bark ceiling, the storm spell writhed like a living thing, its purple tendrils seeking entry. You stand accused of treason. Queen Clarion's voice carried both authority and sorrow. You brought a human to our shores against our decree. Now, your champion has fled, leaving us more vulnerable than before. The dark storm will destroy everything we are Tinkerbell pleaded. There's another way. Silence. The Minister of Winter's Frost crackled across the floor. Hook's ship approaches soon. The storm is our only defense. A sudden wind stirred the chamber, but not from the spell above. Through the doorway floated a young boy, his feet lifted by nothing but fairy dust and pure belief. Peter's arrival brought a different kind of magic. Not the violent power of the storm, but something older, gentler. My name is Peter, he announced, touching down before the council. Tinkerbell didn't just choose one champion. While she trained Smee, I watched. I learned. Not just about swords or fighting, but about belief. The council stirred, watching the strange human child who radiated calm certainty. You fear humans will destroy your home, Peter continued, holding out his hand, where fairy dust danced in complex patterns. But some of us still believe. Some of us would die to protect magic, not destroy it. He turned to Queen Clarion. Let me be your guardian. Not just because I can fight, but because I believe in Neverland with all my heart. The storm spell comes from fear, but belief is stronger than fear. Believe in me. Younger fairies drifted closer, drawn to the simple truth in his words. Even the Minister of Winter fell silent, recognizing something they'd almost forgotten. The pure faith that birthed their magical world. Queen Clarion descended from her flower throne. And if Hook enters Neverland and attacks, then I'll stand against him, Peter replied. Not alone, but with all of us, using magic born of belief, not darkness. The chamber held its breath as the Queen studied this unexpected champion who offered not violence, but hope. The Queen stood in silence, weighing Peter's words against centuries of fairy lore. Finally, she raised her hand, and at once the dark storm ritual began to fade. "The council accepts your offer," she declared. "But there must be consequences for breaking our laws." She turned to Tinkerbell. "You will be stripped of your rank among the fairy elite." The spider silk fell from Tinkerbell's wings, but her light remained dimmed. "I accept my punishment. Furthermore," the Queen continued, "you will be assigned as Peter's guardian. Your duty is to ensure his loyalty remains true, his belief unwavering. The fate of Neverland now rests in both your hands." Peter and Tinkerbell shared a glance of quiet understanding as the dark clouds dissipated. Natural magic flowed back into the chamber. Peter concentrated, channeling his belief into the island's ancient barriers. They flickered to life, not as walls of force, but as veils of protective enchantment, shielding sacred places, the fairy groves, the mermaid lagoons, the heart of Neverland itself. "The barriers respond to him," a young fairy whispered in awe, "like they did in the beginning. Because he believes without question," Tinkerbell replied, her pride evident despite her demotion. Peter floated to a high window, gazing out at the distant waters where Hook's ship lurked. "There are others like me," he said softly. "Other lost children who need a home, who still believe." "Lost boys," Tinkerbell murmured, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Yes," Peter smiled. "And together, we could protect Neverland. Not through fear or force, through faith and friendship. Queen Clarion nodded, seeing in this young human what they had almost forgotten, that belief itself was the truest magic of all. As Peter and Tinkerbell left the chamber, the last traces of the dark storm vanished, replaced by stars that seemed to shine a little brighter than before. The crew of the Jolly Roger gathered on deck beneath storm-dark skies, forming a ceremonial circle around Captain Hook and their newest arrival. Torches flickered in brass holders, casting long shadows across weathered planks as Neverland's strange stars wheeled overhead. Young Smee stood at attention, his clothes still damp from his journey across the magical waters. But his eyes shone with newfound purpose. Gone was the hesitation that had plagued him in the fairy glades. Here, among men of action and science, he had found his true place. Brothers of the Sea, Hook announced. Today, we welcome one who has achieved what none of us before could. This young man walked among the fairies themselves. He learned their secrets, their weaknesses. Hook's smile gleamed in the torchlight. And most importantly, he has led us straight to Neverland's shores. The crew murmured in appreciation. Their earlier doubts about Hook's obsession forgotten in the face of success. Hook drew his ceremonial sword, its polished blade reflecting the strange lights of this magical realm. Kneel, Smee. As Smee dropped to one knee, he saw in Hook something he'd spent years searching for in the orphanage. Strength, certainty, protection. Here was a father figure who didn't deal in childish tales, but in power and reality. Someone who saw his potential not for belief, but for action. I name you first mate of the Jolly Roger, Hook declared, touching the blade to each of Smee's shoulders. Rise and take your rightful place at my side. The crew erupted in cheers as Smee stood, accepting the officer's coat Hook held out. His fingers traced the gold braid, the brass buttons, symbols of belonging he'd never thought to find. Together, Hook said softly, gripping Smee's shoulder with paternal pride. We'll unlock every secret this island holds. Not through fairy dust and belief, but through science and strength. Far above the ship, unseen in the gathering darkness, a boy and a fairy watched the ceremony unfold. Peter's heart grew heavy with the knowledge that his oldest friend had chosen a darker path, setting the stage for a conflict neither of them could have imagined in their orphanage days. Hook and Smee stood at the bow of the Jolly Roger, watching the mist part to reveal Neverland's lush heart. The island's peaks rose impossibly high, wrapped in clouds that shimmered with fairy light. What treasures do you think lie in those forests, Smee? Hook's eyes glittered with calculated hunger. What secrets? The fairies guard their magic jealously, Captain. Smee's hand rested on his new sword. But they're not as strong as they think. No, Hook agreed. They're not. Especially now that we have someone who knows their weaknesses. From their hidden perch in a nearby cloud, Peter and Tinkerbell watched the exchange. The fairy's light dimmed with sadness as she observed her former champion, now transformed by Hook's influence. He was supposed to protect this place, Peter whispered, not help destroy it. Then we'll have to stop them, Tinkerbell replied. Both of them. Peter nodded. Fairy dust
swirling around him as he rose higher into the air. Below, more lost children would need guidance, protection, a home worth believing in. But above all, they would need preparation for the coming war between belief and cynicism, between wonder and cold ambition. The battle for Neverland's soul had only just begun.